gotta sit and chill.
What up, fools? Today is 4/9/2023. It is 11:02 p.m. Eastern Time. What up, fools? Alright, so I want to cover the stuff with Stardust and Chaeiry. Wait, what the hell? That's weird. This all looks so strange. I've already watched some of it. I watched it while I was live. I was watching Stardust's stream while it was happening. Tree ended, and you watched Tree? Okay. That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. So yeah, so we'll jump right into this. I'm assuming most of you have already seen like a lot of this stuff, but there was a big fight between Chaeiry and Stardust yesterday, and the whole thing is really confusing because there's like we don't have a whole lot of context for where this came from, and I can't find the context either. Like I've been looking for the context. I want the context, but the context is not anywhere I can find. So. Ooh. Oh, I'm gonna go talk to Stardust real quick. All right, hold on. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm gonna talk to Stardust in just a minute. But yeah, so they had a big fight, and it was really confusing afterwards. Like, what all from what all transpired, like what the actual deal was. So I'm
It's Tom Foolery.
Hello?
Yo,
Hey, how's it going?
doing well. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
Just got on stream, kind of just starting stuff up.
Yeah.
So I was actually just working, listening to you and Chaeiry talk yesterday, and
Mm.
um, I wanted to ask because I've actually looked around. So you guys are arguing about something that transpired before. What was that?
Yeah, so I was reviewing a conversation. Apparently, so counterpoints, you know counterpoints. So counterpoints, he joined a call with Destiny and a few others, um, and they had a conversation about the Twitter files. And I later reviewed that conversation on stream. And during that conversation, I criticized Chaeiry, said that she was not helping with the situation in,
Mhm.
uh, in this, confrontation. Essentially, I felt like everybody was kind of ganging up on Connor. Um, Unnecessarily, even if he himself was being an asshole. And I did think he was being an asshole as well. But I think so anyways, I said that. Cherry took offense to that. She ended up blocking me essentially like the same night or maybe the next day. Um because I was saying in response to her freaking out about that, I was saying, well, maybe she's going through something. Um she took that even more offensively and blocked me. Um And, initially I tweeted out that, maybe I shouldn't have named Cherry specifically, but then I thought about it and I was like, you know what? Fuck it. Other people name each other specifically all the time. It's not that big of a fucking deal. So, you know what? I don't feel bad about it. I should be able to criticize who I want. Uh, Even if this criticism was both for her and for other people in the call, I still stand by it. And yeah, I don't give a fuck. So that was kind of like, my second response to it. Then for a while we didn't talk. She had me blocked for a really long time. Um, when I would cover conversations in the Destiny sphere that she would be involved in, people would ask me questions about Cherry, and I'd be like, "Well, I don't really know. I think Cherry's still mad at me. I think she's still upset with me. You should ask her if you have a question about this drama, or you should ask her if you have a question about her intentions."
Mhm.
Um, and so I guess she took that as me saying to go ask her about us being on, having beef or whatever, which is not what I was telling my chat.
Yeah.
Um, and uh, essentially, so there was that, and then Dan asked me the other day, "Do you have beef with anybody?" And I said, "Well, I think Cherry might be mad at me. I think she's
Mm.
still mad at me." And then she got upset about me bringing that up, of course. And then she was talking about me on Destiny's stream, so I jumped on.
Yeah, I was there at
And
that point. I
yeah.
watched all of
Mhm.
that. So,
Yeah.
um, I guess the I watched it. I felt the same way as you. I had a bunch of other people coming to me afterwards, like, don't you think it's a little odd that you would point out that Cherry was the one being aggressive in this scenario when everybody else was also kind of being dicks? And it's like, yeah, but there was a whole other level to the stuff that Cherry was saying there.
I
Like,
mean, see,
she was going
the
pretty hard.
conversation. Yeah, specifically that conversation when I said she was being, when she wasn't being helpful, it was at a moment where she was interjecting in the conversation. So of course I would name her.
Yes, but so that's what I wanted to ask you about is she feels like so when you afterwards are like, but I had the same criticisms of everybody else. Why didn't you? Because if you heard everybody else interjecting in the moment and also had similar criticisms of them, why wouldn't you have made those criticisms in
I
those
mean, I
moments as
did.
well?
Yeah, so it's not like I'm not like I'm not like a robot. Like every time somebody interjects, I'm not going to name them and be like, I think Wicked Supreme is being really unhelpful here, right?
Mhm.
I did say throughout that stream, like, oh, I think people are being really hard on Connor. I don't think this conversation is very helpful. I think there are too many people getting involved, right?
Yeah.
So it was like I was specifically saying about other, not specifically, I was saying about other people as well. I had the same criticism for most everybody in the call, um, who was interjecting. But yeah, I'm not a fucking robot. I don't like point out every single time, and name a person every single time they interject. I make general observations. And at that point in time, I just happened to name Cherry because at that point in time, she was the one interjecting, and that's just the way it happened. It wasn't any thought beyond that. It was such a like there's no thinking that goes into it.
Sure, but you could see how she would watch that and feel like you're singling her out, no?
Yeah, but then even if she felt like I was singling her out, she should like kind of grow up and get over it because she singles people out all the time. She will criticize people all the time. There are other people in the space who have criticized her way more harshly than I have, and she has been fine with them afterwards. And so yeah, I think she should just get over it.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I think she was like, it was really weird where at times she's like screaming and yelling, just full schizo, and then like moments later she's like, "I'm not even mad. Stop saying I'm mad. I'm not mad. Like, what do you? I'm not upset. Don't say I'm upset. Like, what are you
Yeah,
talking about, dude?" um,
I don't know.
Honestly, the weirdest part for me is where she like says that she doesn't want to be like your token black friend because you're too close of friends with Richard Spencer. Like that was obviously like a really just weird freaking shot at you. I
Yeah,
don't
it was a
know.
very weird shot because she's fine with being friends with Destiny, who had chicken and waffles with Nick Fuentes, who's not friends with Nick Fuentes either, by the way. You
Mhm.
know, he's friendly with Nick Fuentes. That is a step more than I've ever gone with any of the people that I interact with. And she's fine with being friends with him, but she's not fine being friends with me. And by the way, she would not be my token black friend. If anything, we are the same shade of brown. If not, I'm probably darker than her. I at
That's
least
what I was
appear
thinking
darker.
as well.
Yeah, I at
Yes.
least appear darker than her on camera, at the very least, right? And so, uh, it is such a ridiculous statement. And if anybody knew the type of life that I lived or the type of person that I am, that statement in itself would be embarrassing for anybody to say about me.
Yes.
Um, so yeah, that itself was such a low shot and so hypocritical given that the other people she is friendly with. So,
Yeah, I mean, I've had like I've seen her like I guess weaponize her race in a number of different ways. It's just super cringe. I
yeah,
like
it's
she
much more likely that I am the token Indian friend than for her to be the token black friend. Let's be real here. How many Indian people are there in this space?
true. Yeah, I went into her chat one time and said, "What's up, homie?" And she banned me and said that I was acting like we were too close of friends and that I was saying homie because she's black. So that was that was
Yeah.
really weird.
Yeah, and so I wasn't gonna call her a schizo bitch, but because yesterday I really was going out of my way to be nice to her, but she just continued. She just was personally insulting me over and over again. And so if that's gonna be the case, you know what? I am gonna call her a schizophrenic bitch. So
Are people just randomly yelling at Lav in your chat, or is Lav actually in your chat? That somebody
I have
just
no
said, "Shut the
idea.
fuck up, Lav." What the
I have no idea.
hell? People literally see Lav in their walls, dude. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Well, so okay, so then after you ended the stream and like, or sorry, ended the call. I did feel like you were going back and forth, and I felt like I felt like it was obvious that you were trying to extend an olive branch, like you were trying to be nicer to her in the call by
Yeah.
like extending an olive branch to be like, hey, look, you know what, like we had beef here, like we've been yelling at each other, but like I still like want to be friends, I'm still trying to be nice to you here. So when you say things like, oh yeah, like, she's kind of a bitch, but I like bitches, or like, or
I mean,
yeah.
I was being honest though. I was being honest that one of the things that I do like about Cherry is like her unapologetic way of being who she is, right?
Yeah.
I do admire that.
Yep.
But to be fair, I was also as well trying to still maintain that because I thought I thought of us as friends or a friendship of some sort, right? I don't let people in very close to me. I don't make friends with streamers because streamers are fucking crazy.
Hmm.
And maybe she and maybe two other people in the streamer space I would consider friends.
Hmm.
And we would DM, and maybe it
Well,
had
but
been a
she's
while
had that
since we
same issue
DM'd.
with numerous people who have like met with her in person. They've had like tons of like intimate conversations with her. I've met her in person. She called me and said, "Hey, I'm coming to town. Come out to dinner with me." Like we've had tons. We've known each other for a long time. Had tons of conversations. Like, and it's weird. Yes, when afterwards somebody's just like, "Oh no, like we're
Well,
not
again,
friends." What
I
do you?
was
It's
one
like,
of
what is
her.
a friendship
Yeah,
then?
Well, I was one of her biggest supporters. There was, again, a time on Twitch where I only raided into Chaeiry exclusively. You know, there were times where she would have these falling outs with other content creators, and I would still come to her defense, and I would try to make a bridge there, or I would try to be sympathetic towards her side, or I would try to back her up, right? I wouldn't do all these things if I didn't see her as a friend. And if
Right.
she's the one who didn't see me doing those things and she didn't view us as friends, maybe that's fucking manipulative. Maybe you should say something.
Well, maybe I think even on top of that, like for her to get triggered over whether or not you see her as a friend, that doesn't necessarily mean that she has to see you as a friend. But
Yeah,
for her
no,
to
she
care
doesn't have
whether or
to.
not you see her as a friend, that's odd. You can see
Yeah.
whoever you want as a
I
friend,
can
right?
see whoever I want to, but then she, on top of all of it, like tweeted out today, like some bullshit about like, oh, everybody's a friend to me now. Like, I don't even know what it was. Let me see if I can pull it up here. I
Are you
changed
talking?
my mind. Friendship is really important. Being skeptical of others is really just me being afraid, being taken advantage of, or getting hurt. But letting fear dictate my behavior is no bueno. From this point on, everyone gets a clean slate. I am your friend. And then a bunch of heart, whatever thingies. And
Mm.
it's like, I don't even know what she's meaning by this. I assume it's like sarcasm or a meme or whatever. But I mean, it's just like, why? Why would you do this?
When did she post
So,
this?
uh, like 10 hours ago.
So you know, like it does sound like even in that conversation, she sounded like she was trying to like communicate that she's trying to change her image. She's trying to be more palatable. She wants to be able to have conversations with people like Brianna Wu, and she's sending pictures of her butt instead. And so now she's like trying to tone it down a bit. Do you not believe that's the case, or?
I
So I would
have
think
no
this would
fucking
be a
that
part of that.
that tweet seemed like a meme to me because it's like a straight rip off of one of Destiny's tweets.
Oh, is it
Yeah.
like a copy pasta sort of thing?
It's a copy pasta with like just replacing certain things in it.
Huh. Okay. Because, yeah, I saw, like, I guess a while ago, yeah, she tweeted out saying that you were being spiteful because you singled her out initially. Um, I did think, so, I mean, I guess just, you know, while I'm sitting there listening to the two of you, or, yeah, the two of you argue, you hung up and then said, it's really weird that she's mad that I said her name, which was like obviously a very bad faith like interpretation of what it was she was upset about, right? Like she wasn't mad that you said her name. She was mad that you singled her out, right?
Yeah, yeah. I suppose I think I was just so confused by the conversation at that point. I
Mm,
just, yeah, I just was spinning essentially. So,
that's what I
yeah.
figured.
Yeah. I
That
was
makes sense.
confused and I wasn't I because we jumped all over the place with that conversation between her and me. Um, we visited so many different areas that like I was confused. I was dizzy basically at the end. So that's why I brought that up. So
So did you like after the whole Cubegate thing, did you feel like she threw you under the bus? Because I know she got accused of that a bunch, where like she was very quickly like, hold on, separate me from Stardust and
I
just
didn't feel
judge
that
me
way.
completely separately.
I didn't feel that way, but it's fine if I don't care. Like I didn't feel that way. I maybe she felt that way. I don't know, but I certainly did not. I certainly did not.
What do you mean maybe she felt that way? Like maybe she felt like you threw her under the bus, or maybe she felt like she was throwing you under the bus?
I have no idea what she felt about that. I know that she was more distant after that, but I don't know what she felt. So I didn't feel any type of way about that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Um, my my TV's about to turn on, so I'm gonna go ahead and jump out. I'm sorry, I can't turn it
Okay.
off.
No
But
problem.
thanks for your time.
Yeah, thank you.
Bye.
Origins in the chat.
It's
Sorry,
over
give me
with,
just a
okay?
second. This is really
Why don't you just
stupid.
get over it?
I can't. Hold on. Okay. All right, sorry about that. So my second monitor is connected through Bluetooth, right? So it's connected from my like computer through Bluetooth. But it also is a smart monitor. So it has like television on it, it's got Netflix on it, it's got, like Disney Channel, it's got all of that crap. I don't have the remote right here. I have the remote over there because it's on a swivel. And so when I get done here, I just swivel it that way and go sit over there with my remote and watch TV. For some reason, out of nowhere just now, it just disconnected. And I don't know why, but it just lost connection to my computer. And I saw it start to disconnect. And I'm like, oh no, dude. When it disconnects from Bluetooth to my computer, it automatically just turns on the television and just starts playing like the last channel that I was on. So I had, I see it happening and I'm just like, uh, well, I guess that's the end of the conversation then. I still had a lot more than I wanted to ask, but okay, that's because like right there, I'm like just now getting into like, okay, it's obviously your bad faith when you're saying this, right? I had like a line of like notes here, but okay, that's fine. That sucks, but whatever, dude. Um, Have you checked the options menu? I mean, it's already connected again. Like, that's how I got it to turn off just now. Instead of getting up and go grabbing my remote, I got it to turn off by connecting it back to my computer through Bluetooth. But it's, yeah, it's fine now. Wireless monitor, isn't that what you called a smart TV? Wait, what? It's a monitor. But it's a monitor that, yes, also has television on it and a bunch of apps and a remote. So I understand. It just sounds like a freaking television that is that you can use as a monitor, but it's not. It is a monitor that you can use as a television. So I don't know what else to tell you. That's what it is. Okay. I'm sorry. Let me see who makes this. Yeah, Samsung. It's a Samsung monitor. I don't know why that's blowing you my mind that you broadcast your monitor wirelessly to a TV. It's not a television, but whatever. I used to do it to a television. I used to do that. Um, but I don't anymore. So I used to have a 72 inch that I had like way up on the wall behind my computer monitor. So I had my computer monitor right here, and then way up behind it, I had this big other monitor. And so that's what I would do the same exact thing just to that monitor. But now it fell off of the hinges. So it was mounted on the wall, and then one day it just plop, just dropped and just broke, and that was that. That's it, done, over with. So I had to go out and get this monitor instead. This sounds like some phablet blurring lines between categories stuff. Okay, so here's one difference. The monitor does not have buttons on it. There's no buttons on the monitor. Okay, I can't change television channels on it. I can't hit a power button on it. There's no buttons whatsoever. Okay. Two, there's there's not like a bunch of HDMI inputs or anything like that. There's no inputs. You can't input anything. It has a computer like insert cable. I forget what they call it, but it's like a, you know what I'm talking about, with like all the prongs and everything, and you have to get the prongs aligned with the holes and push it in, and then you screw in the sides into it. It has one of those, but it doesn't have like HDMI ports. It doesn't have like a bunch of different inputs that you can switch to. It doesn't have any of that. And let's see what else. Yeah, I don't know. Like it's just, yeah, it's just different. So instead of connecting HDMI cables from your desktop, you just Bluetooth to your screen to it. Yeah. Yes. Yep. Yeah. I mean, I'll show you guys if you want to see. Okay. So I'll search Bluetooth here. Go here. Here's my connections. There's my monitor right there. Now, this is my main monitor. So I move this over here. Then I change this to this monitor, and there you go. This is the monitor that I normally watch everything on. But yeah. What's the delay? No delay. I guess, okay, there's a slight delay. So I couldn't play video games that way. Like if I was playing Call of Duty or something like that, I couldn't do it. The delay is almost like a full half a second. So it's kind of hard. Also, when I'm reading articles, you guys hear me like pause a lot. It's because it goes in and out in definition. It'll blur, come back, blur, come back, blur, come back. And it's not a hardcore blur, but it's only like just enough to where sometimes if the text is really small, I can't read it. So yeah. Depends on network latency or whatever, or in this case, Bluetooth distance and signal strength. Why don't you just wear your glasses? I can't find my freaking glasses, first off. Secondly, even if I'm wearing my glasses, the screen blurs enough to where you literally just can't see it. Like, the signal's just always kind of fluttering. They are not on top of the fridge, but thank you. That's a great suggestion. That's why you should never use Bluetooth for your mouse when playing games. I use Bluetooth for my mouse. I use this. So I have a very nice setup. This is my Logitech keyboard. You can see the waves in it. And then it's got all of these buttons up here. This is what I use to like play volume buttons. Like when I'm playing like a YouTube video or something, it's right here. Yeah, both of these are wireless and they do just fine. They're very good. This is like the Logitech wireless keyboard and mouse are very, very nice. And like very nice to hold as well. Like the thumb imprint on the side here is freaking great, dude. I love it so much. And then it's got 2 extra buttons over here that I can use to like scroll pages and crap. I've never had a mouse with those 2 extra buttons here on the side. Well, I feel like we just covered the whole drama. Should we still watch it? We just covered the whole thing. Just one quick conversation and hey, we're done. All right. Where did that video go? Oh, here it is. Okay. So I didn't hear all. Like I said, I watched this from Stardust's channel. I was just watching Stardust. She was reviewing me and Katie and Dario and Zonia. She was reviewing us all talking. And that's why I was watching her. I was just listening to what she had to say. I was working, so I wasn't in chat. I wasn't saying anything. I was just walking around with a Bluetooth earbud in, just listening. And then in the middle of her reviewing that, she just like was like, oh, her chat starts like flooding her. Jump into Destiny's VC. Chaeiry's talking crap. Chaeiry's going off about you. Like she's saying you were never friends and blah blah blah. And she's like, what? Should I jump in? Should I jump in? Are you sure I should jump in? And then she like goes to the live channel and starts watching it for a while. And she's like, oh, I don't know. Should I jump in? I don't know if I should jump in. And she sits there for like maybe 10 minutes listening, just saying over and over, I don't know. Should I go? Should I do it? Should I go? Yeah. Yeah, I should. I don't know. But should I? Like, so finally she jumps in. They get into like a hardcore, schizo conversation. And so, yeah, I mean, here, look, I want to poll. How many of you have already seen this? Poll in chat. Who synced it? Who done synced this one?
I don't know why I don't know why she gets that rap.
Well, isn't she friends with like a lot of right-wing people now, like Richard Spencer and I don't know, whatever other unsavory figures kind of pop
Look,
into
are
her
you
stream right now?
retarded when I said that I'm not close friends with anybody? Like, if you know,
Just because you're not close friends with them doesn't necessarily mean you don't follow their content. You watch all of our content, everybody in this fucking sphere, no? So I didn't know if you knew that or not. I feel like it's a pretty common criticism that Stardust gets. I would have assumed you would have known that, but maybe you don't. That's fine. If you don't, that's okay. But that's like a thing that like everybody says about her. Is that like, oh, Stardust is butting up to Richard Spencer and fucking white nationalists, and she streams on Cozy. Yeah.
You would say that she's friends with Richard Spencer, or that's what the haters.
That's what they're all saying. That's what.
Wow. So Chaeiry later will use that as a reason for why she didn't want to be friends with Stardust. She's acting like she's just now finding this out. She's acting like she's just now finding this out. That is dirty, dude. That is freaking dirty, bro. Oh my goodness, that is dirty, dude. Later, Chaeiry's like, well, I didn't even know because, yeah, everybody's saying that you're friends with Richard Spencer and I don't want to be your token black friend. She just freaking found that out. You didn't make that decision before.
What they all say.
Okay.
Okay, now
That
can
was
you guys hear
Chaeiry?
me?
Do you understand what the fuck I'm talking about, Steven? Okay, you can receive me positively now. I feel like if you turn on my camera and your stream could see that I'm like sitting here half naked, like they would be so much nicer to me in chat. But don't turn on my camera, just whatever.
Okay.
Wait, can y'all hear me for real or not?
Yes, we can hear you now. What's up?
Okay.
I would receive her a lot nicer as well if he would just show her half naked, actually. Chaeiry, if you're watching, if you just want to like send me some pics or something, I will be much nicer. So I can put it on the screen for you even if that's what you want.
All right, cool. I had to fix my settings. All right, so I did a lot of
You have Lauren's Southern sister? True. I will be very nice. I will receive that girl however she wants to be received, okay?
reflection after interacting with Stardust.
No lie. You guys are gonna think I'm screwing around. She is built just like my last girlfriend. Like when I say like my last girlfriend was 18, 19 when we first got together, like that is exactly how she was built. Like I'm not no front, no jokes here. Like everybody would always say, like, dude, her body is like an impossible thing. Like, it just doesn't make sense. Her legs are so small and skinny and like fit. And then that wha just
And I feel like when it comes to people like that, you really only have three options, right? Because
Are you sure she was 18? I was 100% positive she was 18. So, okay. All right. Just some backstory real quick, okay? Because you guys, the new people here have only heard bits and pieces of this. So, a girl comes to work for me. I was running a restaurant at the time, and I had to, in order to work the position she wanted to work, she had to be 18. So I had to like run her information, run her I-9s, do a background check, all sorts of stuff in order for her to work that position. So I was positive she couldn't even fill out the application without being 18. Like it was already, that part was already cleared up. What I didn't know, so she works there for like 3 weeks. She's kind of like flirting with me and hitting on me, and I like tell her like, this is inappropriate, like you can't do that, like I'm your boss, you're not, like we're not friends, like you got to chill with all this. But then like a couple weeks later she's like, oh, I'm moving to Wisconsin, I'll see you later, and just kind of dips out. So I was like, okay, well, what the hell then, why not? So I hit her up and we start talking and messaging, and then we started, like, at first we start texting, then we start talking on the phone after a while, after like a week. And then after like 2 weeks, she decides she doesn't want to live in Wisconsin anymore, and she's coming back. I didn't know that she was coming back because of me. We had only been talking for 2 weeks. Like, there was no way that I could have known this. But yes, 2 weeks, she decides she wants to come back to Georgia and try to be with me. And so we because we hit things off like very well pretty quickly. So I found out then when she came back, I knew she was young, but I hadn't actually like asked her about her age or any of that stuff. I found out she literally just turned 18, like a month before we started dating. And I was like, oh no. Oh no. So this girl just moved back to Georgia for me. And I'm thinking, I don't want to do this anymore. Like, I don't want to do this anymore. Everybody's going to look at me like the freaking creepiest creep of all time. Like I'm over here robbing the cradle or something. This is not good. Like, this is not good. I don't want to do this anymore. But she just moved back to Georgia, dude. Like, this is not good. I put me in such like a weird position. So when I talk about in the Destiny interview, like that I had to like sit down and have these conversations with her. Initially the conversation was, hey, in order for us to be together, your family has to meet me. Your family has to be okay with me being here, or with you being with me. They have to be like in favor of this relationship. And you cannot stop talking to your family while we're together. Like, you just can't do it. You're not able to, like, because any form of like isolation is going to make it seem like I'm isolating you from them. And so you just can't do it. Like, you have to be, you have to be cool with them, and they have to be cool with me. So like she moved in with her brother, and a couple weeks later, her brother finds out that she's dating me, and was like, no, either you have to like break up with him or you have to move out. Like, you're not dating a guy 10 years older than you. You just turned 18. Like, that's not happening. And this is her much older brother. He's like a couple years younger than me. He's like 7 years older than her. So he's like, yeah, that's not happening. That's weird. And so her mom sends me this big long text message of like, her brother found out that you guys are dating, and she told me, and we are not okay with this, and you just have to stop talking to her, and this is weird, and you should have been more responsible, and blah blah blah, and just like this massive like book of a text message. And so I responded, and I was like, you're right, you're right. These are the ground rules that I laid down for our relationship. This is what I said. I told you guys had to be cool with this. You're not cool with it. Fine. My bad. I will back off. Like, no big deal. I do like her. I do. She's awesome. Like, I really like her. But, like, you're right. Completely makes sense. My bad. And apparently, so she calls me like an hour later. She's like, what did you say to my mom? I was like, I don't know why. You're not, like, I don't think you're supposed to be talking to me anymore. Like, we gotta, we gotta stop talking, dude. She's like, no, like, whatever you said to my mom, she really likes you. And then she went and convinced my brother to be okay with this. And like, she's like, they're all like perfectly in favor of this relationship now, and we're all good. And then yeah, like a couple weeks later, I have dinner with her dad. We hit it off as well. Everything was kosher, and then we ended up being together for like 3.5 years. But very quickly, yes, she wanted to get married. Couldn't do it. Had to lay down another ground rule. Yes, we cannot get married until you have a job. She wanted to have kids. Okay, well, we can't have kids until we're married. Like, I had to keep laying down another boundary after boundary just to protect her from herself. Because yeah, like, it would have been so bad if me, as a 30-year-old, I was a 28-year-old, as a 28-year-old, got an 18-year-old pregnant, and then she decided like a year, 2 years, 3 years later, she didn't want to be with me, but now she's like, she feels like she's stuck with me because she had kids with me so quickly. Like, yeah, everybody would look at me and be like, you should have been smarter, bro. Like, why did you do this to her? Why did you trap her like that? Right? So yes, this is exactly why I laid down all these ground rules. And then yeah, like 3.5 years in, she kind of lost her mind, and I don't know what exactly happened, but she ended up blocking me everywhere. Her mom had BPD, and I think she might have also had BPD. I found out that she had like numerous suicide attempts recently after the breakup, and there was like all sorts of stuff, but it was just, yeah, it was weird. Out of nowhere, she's like 21 at this point. And I never really got like reasons or closure or anything. I had just spent $3,000 on a wedding ring. I had $15,000 saved up for the wedding and for the honeymoon and for all of this stuff. I had just like paid her way through real estate school, and she was just now like starting to get good at her job and making money at real estate. I helped her buy her car. I like all of the goals that we had, like, you have to do X, Y, and Z. I was spending a lot of money to make sure to like that I could help her accomplish those goals so that we could get married, and then we could have kids, and we could do all of these things. And yeah, as soon as we accomplished all of those goals, she snapped. Like, I still don't know what happened, and I don't really care anymore. She unblocked me out of nowhere a couple months ago, and I went and took a screenshot of a noose and sent it to her and said, practice makes perfect. So, yeah. So, yeah. And then when I tell you, like, I just came out of a depression where I like went through like a year-long depression. Like, my brain broke like in that moment where there's just There was no explaining it. Like, literally, days before, she's sitting out with my mom. She got, well, it was the perfect relationship, dude. Like, it really was. We never fought. We never had like big long fights. We never considered breaking up with one another. All we ever talked about was getting married and having kids and what we were going to name them. We got along really well. We had a lot of shared activities. I got along with her family. She was like best friends with my mom. I would come home, and she would just be hanging out with like my brothers, or I would go to my mom's house and she'd just be hanging out with my mom. I would go to like see my sister. She'd be hanging out with my sister. She was like part of the family. Like she was super awesome, and I love that she was like willing to make those efforts and really like put in time to get along with my family the way that she did. And um and yeah, like we got along so well and had like I've been through a lot of freaking relationships, a lot. Okay, I have a lot of experience in relationships, and all of them are like long term. Like, I've been through like 5 or 6 long term relationships, all of them like a year or longer. Um, and yeah, this was like the perfect relationship. It was better than any relationship I had ever been in. And yeah, just days before, she's like sitting around talking with my mom about like how excited she was that she knew we were getting close to the goal and she couldn't wait to get married and all of this stuff. And I knew I had already bought the ring. I had already made like a bunch of other plans. I had just bought like an apartment for us, or I put a down payment on it. I didn't buy it, but um, and then yeah, when this happened, my brain just broke. Like, that was it. And that night, I threw the ring into a river. Um, Over the next month, I literally just like gave away the $15,000. I didn't want it anymore. I couldn't deal with any of this, and so yeah, I ended up just like giving all of that money away, most of it through Twitch donations, like donating like subscriptions and bits and stuff like that. This is when I got onto Twitch. I had never been on Twitch before this happened. And that's when I pretty much started my streaming career. So I'm really sorry that something so effed happened to you. Yeah, I appreciate it. So like, when people say like ghosting isn't abusive, like, first off, it's literally listed as like psychological abuse within psychology papers and all crap. Like, you look it up on Google, it'll tell you it is a type of abuse. But that is what happened to me. Like, just from the high of all highs 1 minute to the low of all lows, and just didn't, yeah, like, there was no reconciliation, there was no making sense of it. Her family messaged me and was like, dude, we're sorry, we don't know what's going on. Like, we can't talk to her, we can't talk sense into her. She refuses to have like a conversation with us about it. Like, we just don't know what's going on, and we're sorry. She blocked everybody in my family. It just, yeah, like, it was strange and it didn't make sense, and I'm pretty sure she lost her mind, but I don't really care. Like, I think that she is a trash human being, and I I don't really care what happens to her. So yeah.
They'll say they don't mind confrontation, and that might be true. They like a certain type of confrontation, right? They don't like to be criticized, is the thing. So you have three options. You either completely
Anybody going for someone a third of their age is chasing looks over substance. First off, like I said, this was like the perfect relationship. I got along with her so well. Um and we were just always like, we were very good at communicating. We were very good at getting along. We were very good at negotiating things. Um, for the most part, she wanted me to like be the man, take the lead, wear the pants, all of that stuff. Like, that's what I wanted to do. Um, but I'm also very like, I'm very like willing to please others, and I am very like, I don't know what people would call like somewhat of a pushover. So like I'm always like, if I'm wearing the pants, cool, but I'm wearing the pants and like doing my best to make everything that you want to happen. And I just, yeah, it was like overall, it was like as good as one could possibly imagine until it just wasn't. It was insanely weird. Happened to me, lived together and ghosted, met up 2 years later, and she was initially meeting up to steal the dog we had together, but didn't expect me to be nice to her. Admitted to me she was just meeting to steal the dog. Wow. Yeah, she had actually over time, she loved my tomfoolery shirts. She loved them and she would wear them all the time. And she was like, let's see. I think I have a video with her. So I was telling you guys about like my ramen noodle stuff. This is it right here. Here we go. Here we go. It's about to start. We're going to get ramen at Walmart. Here we go. Here we go. It's about to start. We're gonna eat food, make you fart. We got pretzels. We got ramen. We got other stuff too. And then you gotta get the Dr. Pepper with it. That's the way it goes. You gotta get the Dr. Pepper with it. That's the way it goes. Hot Cheetos. Hot Cheetos. That's the way it goes. Gotta get the Dr. Pepper with it. That's the way it goes. Here we go. Here we go. Gonna have some fun. Eat a big boy in the sun. Here we go. Here we go. Yeah, this is... So then we go and make it. And... like try the food we later. We took a bite to make sure that it was a third bite to make sure that it was good. Oh yeah. Feels like BPD gets worse with age. Yeah, well, so my sister said that like it supposedly starts to like really show signs at 21. Like that's when all of a sudden it kind of like starts to kick in. And yeah, I have no idea. Couldn't tell you. What up, Reznov? She was pretty. Nice catch, Tom. Yeah, I appreciate it. All of my girlfriends look like that. Like, they're all blonde hair, blue eyes, big butt. That's all of them. And that's like, it's something that I've actually explained to people before where they say something like, I forget what it was, but I remember I was talking about this on stream, that every girlfriend I've ever had has eventually told me while we were together that before we were together or early on when we got together, they went and looked at all of my other girlfriends. They would like go like search my other ex-girlfriends to see if they were hot. So you're just fuckboy Hitler? LOL, not serious, just screwing with you. Yeah, I mean, no, I literally tell people, like, when they're like, what's your type? I'm like an Aryan-looking chick, pretty much. Like, that's my type. But yeah, they go and, like, look up, like, other ex-girlfriends and be like, oh, he dates hot chicks, so if I date him, that means I'm a hot chick. Like, dope. And it's like, it's good validation for them. Like, yeah, like, oh, snap. He gets babes? Cool. So then if I date him, that means I'm a babe. First girlfriend had BPD and it was very intense. Good. And then the BPD happened, and it was very intense, bad. Yeah. Yeah, so my girlfriend before her was bipolar. And her, that was a wreck of a relationship. Like, that entire relationship was insane. We like she would like try to fight me all the time. She would throw stuff at me. She was always getting drunk out of nowhere. She would just do insane stuff that just, yeah, like it was freaking crazy. But let's go red pill. Yes, yes. Hell yeah. So yeah, I mean, like, after that one, I'm just not interested in relationships anymore. Like, I'm still interested in girls. I'm not like an incel or anything, but I'm not interested in like relationships anymore. I just have no desire to like commit to somebody anymore. I we're like 3 years out now, and yeah, I have no desire to commit to somebody anymore. I wish I did. It would be cool if I had that desire. It's not that I wish I did. It's that I don't care one way or the other, and I just like, I'm happy with where I'm at. That's kind of how I feel. No desire to put in the effort when it blows up. Yeah, kind of like it's like I have no desire to continuously like put myself out there, like do so much to make something work, really like put myself on the line for somebody else, and it's fine if they decide they don't like me anymore. It's fine if things don't work out. It's fine if things don't go my way. I am cool with that, okay? Like, obviously it's still gonna suck, but that's fine. But instead, to just not give a crap about me and just dip off and block me everywhere and just not care like what happens to me or how I feel about it, or if I kill myself or what, like you don't care at all. That's the part that like has just haunted me ever since. Closure is really important. It is like that is that like for yes, for really close like relationships like that, like, yes, it is insanely important. And she was the one making the decision, so she had closure. She was able to know what was happening the whole time. She was able to know what she was doing the whole time. She knew that I wanted to be with her. She knew that I wanted to move forward. She knew that I wanted to get married. But but I didn't know. I had no idea what was happening. I had no idea what was going on. I had no idea like why this was happening or any of these things. And so yeah, that was that. And like ever since, like so pretty soon after, I was like, yeah, I was depressed. Like I was a completely different person. My brain was just broken at the time. I was talking to a girl, and I would tell her like, just so you know, I'm never going to be like interested in like you being my girlfriend or anything. I'm just letting you know. And she would always say, that's fine. I'm here for you. Like, we're good. I understand what you're going through. No big deal. And I'd be like, okay, I feel like eventually you're not going to be okay with this, but okay, cool. No big deal. And then, yeah, eventually she was not okay with it, and wanted something more, and wanted to be in a relationship, wanted the Facebook status, wanted me to post pictures of us together on Facebook. And I'm like, no, I'm not doing that. Like, I'm not showing people of us pictures of us together. I'm not putting things out there that shows how close we are. I'm not telling people that we have an intimate relationship. I'm not doing it. And she was like, okay, but even if like we're not boyfriend and girlfriend, why can't you just do that? Like, you don't have to commit to me, but you can at least like show people that there's a relationship here. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not going to do it. I'm sorry. It's not happening. And that was that. So yeah, that like us yeah, us like breaking up like at the time it was freaking rough, um but the outcome was me ending up streaming uh and probably leaving religion as well. Um Probably changing all of my beliefs over the last 3 years. You know, probably like, yeah, I've become like a completely different person in the process. And, um, but I'm happy with who I am now and what I've learned and all of the, all of the things that I've changed. I'm perfectly fine with it. So, oh, you became gay. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. I became gay. My best and closest friend completely ghosted me over a minor argument about 10 years ago. Legit haven't recovered to this day purely because I still can't figure out why it happened. Well, so that's the thing is in this like specific relationship, she didn't really have friends. Like she didn't have friends. All of her friends were my family members or my friends. And I thought that was Shaylin for a second. I was like, wait, what the hell did she say? Um, what was I saying? Oh yeah, like she didn't really have friends, but like she was a delightful person. She was very sweet, very like very nice, very like bubbly and cheery and kind of like lit up a room and was always um you know, was always like really easy to get along with, um but that was like another thing that was really confusing is like her breaking up with me didn't mean that she was just losing a boyfriend. It meant she was losing like her entire freaking life. Like everybody that she was intimate with, everybody that she hung out with, everybody that she was close to, um, everybody that she spent time with over the last 3.5 years, like it was all my friends and my family. And it was it was weird that she was just easily able to just yeah cut everybody off that quickly. But even today, like I had there's a girl who is hitting on me today who is 20, and at the time I'm like, oh dope, dude, she's freaking hot, hell yeah, dude. And I think people think that I'm a lot younger than I actually am. Like I've heard over the last couple months, I've heard over and over people think I'm 25, which is 10 years younger than I really am. So I that's I guess an advantage, but yeah, immediately like after walking away from her, I thought, yeah, nah. Nah, 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 nah. I'm not messing with these young chicks again, dude. Not doing it. Not happening. Don't care. OnlyFans? Are you asking if I have an OnlyFans? No, I do not have an OnlyFans. Do you think men love differently than women? Um, I don't think the feeling is different, but I think the process is different for sure. So I talked about the way that men gain friends and how men create bonds. And I also talked about how women gain friends and how women create bonds. Men create friendships side by side, like doing shared activities with one another, playing fantasy football, playing basketball, playing, um, watching television. They do things where they're not really talking while, you know, playing video games. They're not really talking to one another while they're doing this, but they are side by side doing it together. That's what makes them friends. That's what, like, we can. Hey, Stardust raid, appreciate it. Let's go. Um, but yeah, so men create friendships side by side, like doing shared activities. Women create friendships face to face. They do things where they can talk to one another while they're doing those things. So, like, women create bonds over intimate information being shared. They have to be able to share intimate information in order to create a bond with somebody. And that bond gets like stronger and stronger the more intimate information that is shared with somebody. So let's say you and me, we both go sit in a Discord room together and we play video games, but we don't talk to each other the entire time. If you're a man, after about a week, 2 weeks, we'll call each other friends. You and I will start to refer to one another as friends. Whereas if two women do that and they don't talk and they don't share intimate information, they will not call each other friends. No matter how long they do it for. They could do it for years. They will not call each other friends. So women, when they become attracted to a man, one of the things that they want from him is intimate information. They want to understand him. They want to hear his thoughts. They want to hear about his feelings. They want to know about his past. They want that intimate information. They want to feel close to him. They feel closer to him the more intimate information they get. Whereas a man feels closer to her the more he is with her. That's it. He just has to be with her more, and he will feel closer and closer to her. Women will, they're like, there's different processes. There's a ton of different things I could get into. I don't want to go too far down that rabbit hole, but yes, there's a ton of different ways because, like, through studying communication, one of the different things that we had to do was study the different ways that different genders process information. So not just how they communicate information, but how they process information. So one of the ways that you can see this is if you study women all sitting at a table, a group of women there, because I mentioned earlier, like, you know, men will go do shared activities together, but women won't. Women go like shopping together because they can talk while they're shopping, or they'll go get lunch together because they can talk at lunch, or they'll just sit on the phone with one another because they just want to talk. That's what they want to do. Not that men don't talk, and not that women don't do shared activities, but this is like the we're talking about like what they prefer or what they're going to do more often than not. Wait, how did I get a Stardust raid? Isn't she still live? Oh, what? She told you guys to go watch me because she's singing now, or what? um but yeah, so anyway, so men and women still like interact differently in the way that they create bonds in relationships as well. So it carries over.
Completely detach and say fuck it, I don't care. Or you deal with them on their terms, right? And coddle their feelings. Or you go balls to the wall.
Do women talk at movie theaters amongst themselves more than men? I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea. Chris Chan is free? Hell yeah, let's go. No, they don't. Women just relate better than men. Sure. So that's what I was about to say is like if you study, so when we look at studies about like they would have a group of men sitting at a table together where they're all sitting and eating, right? When men would have conversations, there was like a goal to the conversation, right? There's an end point where you're working your way there. Almost like telling a story. You're starting at like, the beginning information, and then you're eventually going to get to the end of that information. So like you're trying to figure something out, or you're trying to you're trying to tell a story, or you're arguing about something and trying to like see who's right, or you're processing like data to where like there's eventually you're going to understand something because you have enough data for that understanding. Like it's a very linear fashion of a conversation where it's moving from a beginning point to an end point, whereas instead women have like almost like a pizza in the middle of the table, and each time one of them talks, they're just adding to the conversation, but there's never a goal there. They're never heading in a specific direction, and it's not going to like there's not a goal to this conversation. It's just to get the information out. That's it. They are just trying to get the information out and take the information in. That's the end of it. So when women sit at this table, they're all just throwing stuff out there. And, oh, well, I did this. Wow, that's so crazy. I did the same thing, and we did this too. And they're just throwing information out that doesn't really have any sort of, it doesn't have any sort of like process or linear goal or anything like that. It's just get the information out. That's it. Yes, I can't listen to her singing right now, so I just popped over here. Men seem way more impulsive though. I don't know. I don't know if being impulsive is like a man thing or a woman thing. I think it's just a characteristic that's random. Do you think the different social styles are due to biology or socialization? It seems to be both. It seems to be both, and we can see that like the processing differences exist in toddlers, meaning that like these already exist very early in life before you would think gender dynamics are socialized into them. So yeah, I don't know.
And actually you like nail them to something, and you have to provide proof of that, or like logs or something, right? That's really all you can do.
If you guys don't know, my last debate with Destiny was over this. Let's see. Right here. Men should be like women. This is a debate I had with Destiny, debating Destiny on communication differences between genders. So this is like, I've worked in linguistic marketing for the last 6 years. I was like a leading person in the field. I created numerous departments for different companies. I was like, one of the first people to really push this sort of of marketing style, where you're using rhetoric, but you're using a scientific process to have the best rhetoric for what it is that you're trying to achieve. And you do all sorts of like studies, polling. I always forget this word, but what is it called again, where you have like a group of people that you ask questions and get them all to like give their feelings and answers on it. They do this a lot in like Stardust, appreciate the raid. Thank you. Focus groups. Thank you, ASD. Appreciate it. Yes, we did focus groups. We did all sorts of stuff. We had a third party that would go and do the research for us, and then they would give us the data, and we would take that and then we would be able to do our we would be able to create our ad campaigns based on that data. So yeah. Tom is a linguist equals he worked in HR. I worked with HR, but I was not in HR. I was never in HR. No. Because like HR also had similar things where they had to draft up papers for different things, and so they would use the linguistic department to help them with different types of like pamphlets and crap that they had to give out to employees. And then I personally would go out to different locations and do in-person training sessions with employees to teach them exactly how to deal with the scenario. That sounds like the kind of distinction a linguist would make. Well, so there's also what is it? Communication marketing or marketing communication, and everybody always thinks linguistic marketing is the same as communication marketing, and it's not. They're completely different things. They are 100% different things.
I think the coddling the feelings thing is what is I'm so fucking adverse to.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
Like, I feel like I get away with being.
So I don't think we're going to watch this entire thing. I just want to watch the beginning because all I saw was when Stardust jumped in, what she said and what happened there. So I just want to see what happened before Stardust jumped in, and then we'll move on.
An asshole to Gideon or to Karanta. Fuck.
Karantos.
Okay, Fo.
I feel like I can get away with just having them say something that I don't like about me and being a complete dry bitch back, and nobody's like worried about shit because it's them and like they're saying shit and I'm saying shit, and then we can move past it and I'll be fine in like 5 minutes. I feel like if I go that hard maybe with everyone else that I don't know, I can't do that.
Yeah, I mean, different
Like,
people
Steven,
are.
you said you can't even tell when I'm joking or not.
Yeah, I have a really hard time telling when you're joking. Yes.
You know who you remind me of, Chaeiry?
Beyonce?
No, like a black Bad Bunny. You like for real? Like you want to be like 100%? Like you're both aggro as hell. You both got no ass, and you both hate black people.
Oh, this is Darius.
Yep.
Yeah.
Darius.
Do you disagree with any of that?
I do.
Sorry, hi, who is Tomfoolery? Random chatter or babbler worth our time? Huh? I'm just so confused by that question. I am so lost by the question. I don't know how to answer it. I'm a streamer, been around a long time. I do debates. I do different types of analysis. Yeah, that's me.
Because I fucking
Good
love
part.
black people.
Yes, I'm the good faith terminally online normie. That's I think that's the best way to describe me. That's it. Does Darius stream or is he just a caller? Always find him particularly funny. Oh, does he stream? Darius is freaking. Is it Darius IRL or Darius Live?
Yeah?
I'm injured actually right now, so
You're having erectile dysfunction right now? What'd you say?
I'm injured actually now.
I like them
you're
both,
Indian?
chat. But you know, I know that Jaw is a simp. I know that Jaw is a simp. But Darius,
No, I can.
Darius.
I can be more of a symptom shot.
I love her, dude. Cupid is a freaking babe. She looks so much better with the purple hair too. She's so much hotter with the purple hair than she is with the brown hair.
You're not simp enough.
Okay, you want me to get all fours for you right now?
No, I want you to
I
stop.
get all fours for you. Cupid, please, just get the fuck this guy out of the call. Please, move on to the next person. Please,
This is a
please,
competition,
please.
damn it.
Did she kick him out? No.
I'm injured actually right now, so.
But what about my projector?
What do you use it for?
I usually watch Ice Spice twerk videos, and I'll just like be in bed, and sometimes I'll
Twerk videos?
Ice Spice twerk videos, yeah. And then I'll be in my bed, and I'll literally have my flashlight, and it'll just be like it'll be a good 2 hours, legit.
Yeah, you're really killing it for me.
Why? Because I talk about. I didn't know you worked in sex work, but you were anti-sex. My bad. Okay, I should have probably took that. I should have probably read that vibe.
Darius lives with Irrelevant now too. They do like, I don't know if you guys saw this, but it got a little crazy recently. I showed this on stream right after it happened.
Me like a woman.
Dude, take off that wig right now. I swear to God, people are gonna treat you like a woman.
Is that a wig?
Take it off right now.
Yes.
Let's see. Take it off right now. I bet you my ass is not gonna treat you like a woman no more.
What's in it for me?
You want to see what's in it?
What if I don't?
I mean,
Did she shave her head or something? What happened?
you don't listen to Daddy. He's gonna get real mad.
This is what does
I don't listen to
Does this give you PTSD?
He's asking if it gives her PTSD because Destiny did the cunnilingus. And then yeah, she debated that like Irrelevant on gender stuff and got banned immediately.
Ooh. Hey. God damn. Bro, how is Darius moving in slow motion like that? It's out of control.
Treat me like what these.
Was that Nick?
I'm gonna be young for. I'm actually gonna.
Oh, it
figure
is
out
Nick.
Immortality before I hit 28, or I will figure out something else. Cause I can't imagine being 30. I'm gonna be for real. I don't even like. There's a manifold markets bet right now on what's gonna happen to me by 35. Unsure of the.
How old are you, Darius?
I'm 26.
26?
Oh,
26.
you're not even that. What? You call me old? You're not even that young.
Hey, come on. Let me. I'm fucking TOS. Gray shorts. Is gray shorts actually not allowed?
No, there's nothing about that. No.
Gray shorts. Why is that guy into the mod spamming that in your chat? Does he... Oh, is he just saying you look sexy with your gray shorts?
Stop.
Yeah, Darius is freaking nuts, dude. He leaks DMs all the time. He is always leaking DMs. I haven't seen
Book
this yet.
Smarts, Darius, and Irrelevant. Cringe.
Up. Up.
What?
I'm not here.
No, I'm good. What do you guys plan on for your next big stream?
Okay, so there's this glory hole that's.
Oh, this is literally the conversation that happened right before I jumped in, isn't it? This is literally the conversation that happened right before I talked to Destiny the other day. Because I remember everybody's like, jump in, and I go look, and Darius and Booksmarts are in there. I was like, nah, dude. Nah, bruh. No, thank you. Yeah, but Darius is an odd one.
What about my projector?
Hello friends. It is another day of me researching the man question. In the last few videos, I talked about how to be a real man, and then I talked about men's living spaces. But this time we will be observing the male dating strategy. Dating is hard nowadays. There is a reason people like Andrew Tate and these other red pill guys are blowing up right now. Men are confused. Men are lost. They're being told all these contradictory things on how to
Darius and his chaotic, frantic, attention-seeking energy. Classic. You guys know that he was like Melina's side chick for a while, right? That's why he's like around now. Is he was Melina's side chick, and Melina got upset with him about something, and he went like full schizo about it, and was like literally like crying for days about the whole thing. It was insane. Like, yes, he went freaking berserk over the whole thing, and that's why he's around now. About the dog, yes. About the freaking dog, yes. It just, the whole thing was so weird. No, he was Destiny's gaming bud first of all, objectively. Oh, objectively, okay. I didn't know that. I'd never heard him around before. So I guess although I think I remember him having a conversation with Destiny one time where he was like, you know how you're like walking around you're just walking down the street and you're like, oh dude, that chick far away, she looks freaking hot, dude. She is banging. And then she gets up closer and you realize that she's 12 years old and you feel so gross that you thought that she was hot when she was far away. And now you just feel sick and you're so mad at yourself for thinking that a 12-year-old from far away was really hot. And now you just can't sleep at night because you might have something wrong with you because you thought that she was hot, but she was far away, but she was 12. But she was far away, but she was 12. He's like, it's just freaking, he's so weird, dude. The first time I ever heard the guy, it was so odd.
how to get women. Be nice, but not too nice. Don't show emotions. Show your emotions. Make 6 figures. Have a 6-pack. Drive 6 Bugattis. Never smile. Don't wipe your ass. In the animal kingdom, the male will maybe show off its beautiful feathers or do a little dance to attract a mate. In the human world, a man will slide into a woman's DMs and ask for pictures of her toes.
Based.
So today we are going to be reading some of those messages. But before we do that, let's quickly get into today's sponsor, because your girl can't make any jokes on this website without getting demonetized. So, are you tired of this happening to you? Introducing Displayed. Displayed specializes turning your current nerdy hyperfixation into high-quality metal signs. Displayed features unique and beautiful artwork from hundreds of different movies, TV shows, video games, and even your favorite animes like Cyberpunk Edge Racers and Cowboy Boop Bop. You guys like Cowboy Boop Bop, right? I got myself this cool Mandalorian poster.
Dude, Shu looks super hot with purple hair too. Shu was babing all over the place with purple hair. I did my last video essay about Shu on Head and Xander Hall and Vosh and all of them. And I made sure to get Shu with purple hair for my thumbnail. Have you seen the new Mandalorian scene with Lizzo? Yes. Lizzo and Jack Black? Yes, I saw it.
This Star Wars poster from my favorite episode, and this handy chart of tits. Who doesn't like tits? But the best part is how easy they are to mount on the wall. Just place the sticker on the wall, place the magnet on the sticker, and place the disc plate on the magnet. And you're ready to go. No power tools required. So click the link down below to get your disc plates at a special discount that will automatically be applied at checkout. Big thank you to Displate for sponsoring this video, and thank you, the viewer, for not skipping the ad. Now let's just address this incel word for a second. Incel means involuntary celibate, usually referring to a man who cannot get laid, usually used as a pejorative, as an insult, because everyone knows a man's worth comes from the amount of times his...
Dude just followed me on Twitter recently, and then deleted her Twitter account right away. Oh! Her boyfriend was in my chat the other day. I forgot about that. Her boyfriend was in my chat again. I meant the... I got a DM.
genitals have been inside a woman. Now there are two types of incels. There are the capital I incels, the incel movement.
Someone paid her $50K to delete it. I don't think that's true. I asked him. He said she just deleted it. I think it's a meme. I think it's a joke. Like, somebody was just making a meme about it. Armored Skeptic, dude? No. No, she hasn't been with Armored Skeptic for a while. Let me pull this up real quick. I'll show you. Her boyfriend's like a British guy. He just came out with a new video that actually I wanted to watch.
My advice to young people, particularly young men, is just dive face first into it. Like, drop out of college. College is ridiculous unless you're moving towards some very specialized degree that you can only get in college if you want to be a veterinarian or a physicist or something. But if you're in humanities, you know, I can give you a list of 100 books. You can find it on the internet, and you'll be better educated than you would be at whatever stupid college you go to.
So, first things first. That man went to college. That man's kids went to college. So when he tells you that your kids shouldn't go to college, or that you shouldn't go to college, just keep that in mind. There's a worrisome trend among the...
I thought he was British. Wait, what the hell? Hold on. I could have sworn he was British.
I got to give a hat tip here to my my Twitter friend Eudaimonia, the one of the great pseudonymous Twitter accounts. If you're not following him, you should.
Did you know that Shoe on Head's boyfriend is a traditional Catholic religious extremist?
Some people are saying that your new boyfriend is problematic.
I called Shoe on Head's boyfriend a fascist and she blocked me. Am I wrong? No.
I don't know if he's actually like a fascist or Nazi, but
There are times where I'm like, what the fuck?
He's kind of politically incoherent.
Cringe, to be clear.
He's not a fascist in the like Charlie Kirk sense or whatever. It's more of
The rare breed of conservative that's like smart.
more like
Conservative.
He's more esoteric than most.
Religious fundamentalist shithead.
What a good example, dude.
Like I can't like wrap my mind around some things.
He's a right-wing chud. Like I said, he's a religious extremist.
He is illiberal.
That's funny. So yeah, is Shoe's Twitter back yet? Because yeah, I was very happy that I got the badge of honor. That she followed me. Yeah. Let's go. She has the Tom kink. 1/3 of my age. True.
I love you, Tom.
I love you too. Only a Mr. Bill. I got followed by the guy who did Epic Mealtime. I don't know what that is, but nice. I hope he's just as hot as Shoe on Head.
My advice to young people, particularly young men, is just dive face first into it. Like, drop out of college. College is ridiculous unless you're moving towards some very specialized degree that you can only get in college if you want to be a veterinarian or a physicist or something. But if you're in humanities, I can give you a list of 100 books. You can find it on the internet, and you'll be better educated than you would be at whatever stupid college you go to.
So, first things first. That man went to college. That man's kids went to college. So when he tells you that your kids shouldn't go to college, or that you shouldn't go to college, just keep that in mind. There's a worrisome trend among the right, both among pundits and the general
I said it right the first time. Nice.
population, that college is dumb, or a waste of time, or of no use to a conservatively minded young person. This is not only wrong, but it's incredibly damaging. And if you don't believe me, here's a sampling of some tweets. I think you'll get the idea. Elijah Schaefer asks, what year and semester were you in when you woke up and realized college was a scam, and most of your professors were idiots with useless papers? Dave Rubin says, I was also a poli-sci major, and I came out of college as a progressive. Shut them all down. From Steven Crowder, I don't necessarily believe college is providing a valuable service to people. I think many times you come out dumber. College is a scam.
So this is something I've talked about on here a bunch of times. It's really cringe when all of the conservatives complain that it's all liberals in all of the powerful positions in America. They control all of the institutions. They control all of the media. They control all of Wall Street and all of the big companies, and they do their Rainbow Pride and all of the woke supporting BLM and all that crap, and they're always super upset about this stuff. And then they say stupid crap like this, like don't go to college. Yeah, what do you think's going to happen when you tell everybody not to go do the thing that is going to get them into those positions? Like, what, you think you're going to get more conservatives into powerful positions by telling them not to go to college? No, of course not. This is what happens. This is what you get. You did it. This is what you asked for. I hope you're happy with it, but suck it up, Buttercup. This is exactly what you wanted. This is exactly what you asked for. And now conservatives are a bunch of people working at McDonald's. So congratulations.
And then we have Matt Walsh, who in particular is on a crusade against college education. What's 100% a total scam, but we still accept it in society? To which Matt Walsh replies, college. Walsh has also said, there is no good argument for going to college right out of high school. It's insane that we encourage it. Literally no downside to taking a few years to establish yourself and earn some money before making that decision. Lots of downside to the other approach. I don't think college is unnecessary. I think it's actively harmful in most cases and has had an unquestionably malignant overall effect on American culture for decades now. The anonymous Twitter account Lomez says, it's over. They know it's over. To call academic humanities a wasteland is too optimistic. It's the bottom of a shallow grave. Now, Lomez here isn't entirely incorrect if you can see what he's quote tweeting, but still I think it's a mistake to give up on the humanities. What I find most striking is that the same conservatives who say that young people should no longer go to college turn around and lament the fact that our corporate boardrooms, our university administrations, our government workers, our HR departments, our city planners, our media, our scientists, our doctors, and I can go on, are all progressive ideologues, or regime stooges, or most concisely, woke. They complain that positions of institutional power are captured by progressives, but then they discourage young people from doing anything to infiltrate, or integrate into these positions of institutional power. If you don't like that HR departments and mid-level corpos are all progressively minded stooges, then why not work to get ideologically sympathetic people into these positions instead? No, it's probably better to tell them to go have 15 kids and live in the woods. Now, before I dive into all this, let me make one thing clear. College is not for everyone.
I agree. College is not for everyone. I didn't go to college. I am the most successful man in America. But most of millionaires went to college. Most CEOs went to college. Most of the people who are the most powerful people in America went to college. When we look at people like, Zuckerberg or all of these randoms who dropped out of college and then ended up being super successful, most really, yes, by far most. Like, we looked this up the other day. 88% of surveyed millionaires graduated from college. There's others that have a much higher percentage. There's others that have a much lower percentage, but like the biggest studies all have around 90%.
I don't think everyone should go. In fact, I think most people probably shouldn't. The market is oversaturated with people who were told their whole lives that they needed to go to college. And now most positions that actually pay enough to make the investment worth it require a master's degree, if not more anyway.
So this is just not true. People who go to college on average make like, I think it's, how much is it again? They make on average like 70,000 more per year and $1 million more over a lifetime. That's on average, dude. That's just the freaking average. Like, imagine making that much more per year, dude. Like, that's you can pay off if you just like, most people, if they, in their very first year after college, when they're not even like really doing the job that they're working to do, most people in their first year after college make more than their college debt in the very first year out of college. Like, bro, it's not that ridiculous.
There's too many college grads and there's too many colleges. Part of
Not 70,000. It might, I can't remember if it's 70,000 or 30,000. I think college-educated workers enjoy a substantial earnings premium. On an annual basis, median earnings for bachelor's degree holders are 36,000. Okay, so yeah, it's 36,000, 84% higher than those whose highest degree is a high school diploma. So yes, it's not 50% more, it's 84% more. And it's and it, like, yes, and it's I think on average it's over $1 million more in a lifetime. So yes, they are substantially better off.
This is due to social and cultural pressures, telling people it's better to make $50K a year sitting at a desk than $90K a year fixing pipes. There exists, indeed there's always existed, a stigma against working with your hands. Blue-collar work. But such a career can be enriching, and society will forever need plumbers and electricians more than a Big Four firm will need one more tax accountant.
It will, but we are needing like degrees more and more for the positions that were coming out. Like the newer positions are needing more and more expertise behind them. They need more and more education. They take more and more effort and more it's just, you need more and more expertise for newer fields that are coming out today. Like college is more beneficial today than it ever has been in the history of mankind. Like, college is now, even though, yes, college prices have gone way up, they have not gone up proportional to how much more you're making now. you are still way better off just getting a college degree. AI will change this completely. That's what we always say, but I don't know if that's actually true. I mean, it might be. I'm not denying it, but I'm saying we always say that like the next new technology is just going to take away all of our jobs and then we're going to need less people. And every time what it actually does is it creates more jobs to where we need more people. Every single time we cannot foresee that it's actually going to create more jobs. Every single time we are not capable of seeing that that's what it's going to turn into, and that's always what it turns into. And normally, so like think about like a McDonald's. Okay, so at a McDonald's, they got like a bunch of different technology that helps them make things faster, right? Okay, cool. They make things faster. But now there's other services because they make things faster, they're making more money. Now there's other services that they could add on to what they were already doing and just pay more people to do more things. So now they could say, you know, like, oh, well, we'll do in-person service. And now we can get you through the drive-through in 30 seconds or less. And now we can, you know, like there's all of these extra services that they're able to tack on to what they're already doing because the technology has taken some of their jobs away to where now there's more things for people to do because there's more money to pay them with. You're capable of hiring more labor. What do you believe about artificial inflation of labor pools in order to destroy earning potential? What? Why artificial inflation? What do you mean? Why, like, artificial inflation is I'm not understanding why, what you're talking about. It can already do the paperwork of a lawyer with 96% accuracy. Yeah, I know. I think that's the case to a point, but that's because it never really encouraged on problem solving, just the labor of a job. Sure. But again, that like it doesn't matter because some jobs are just monotonous and like and just repetitive, yet even those types of things still created more jobs. So like it just gave us more possibilities. It gave us more things that we could do instead.
I'm going to defend college, but this doesn't mean that I look down on those who didn't go. In fact, as of right now, I probably try.
Okay, like the ads that say we need nurses now, when they were big, nurses could demand higher pay as people flooded the particular sector, unions were broken and wages were. Oh yeah. I mean, I don't know why you call that artificial, but like there's not much of a choice. Like you want to try to get people into the positions that you need, and so you try to like incentivize people to go to school for that position. It's just like a part of the process. I that's not really artificial in any way. It's just like as a country, like we want to incentivize people to do the things or work the positions that we need, and sometimes we get too many of them. I was one of the people who went to school for radiology because there was a massive need for people in radiology when I was younger. And so I went to school, I was on scholarship. And then when I went to prison, I got all my scholarships taken away and just never finished I never finished my degree. But radiology also had the same issue where they got flooded with people.
Trust the natural intuition of people who didn't go to college over those who did. But that's why we're having this conversation. Do any of you in your 20s...
The argument for pro-college people should be that college teaches a number of things. that help across modern office jobs then? Well, so it's not just that you're going to make more, okay? College is also an indicator for other things. It says that you can be on time. It says that you're reliable. It says that you can do things for a long period of time and continue doing them. It says that you're capable of achieving a large goal like getting a degree. It says that you're motivated, that you're driven. It says that you're capable of, like, you know, there's so many other things that college teaches you, especially for socialization. Like, I can't tell you. So I was like a jock and a prep and like, you know, a popular kid in high school, right? I can't tell you how many of the nerds and the losers that I went to school with all of a sudden went to college and came out completely different freaking people. Like, insanely different people. All of a sudden they had confidence, they were socialized, like they got friends, they got girlfriends, they got married, they were just totally different people all of a sudden. And it was really strange. And it was because, like, yeah, going to college put them into a new environment where they were capable of succeeding. And now they were the exact opposite of who they were before they went to college.
20s and 30s, remember when you were kids, when the adults would watch the news and say something to the effect of, oh, it's the liberal media. Now, it wasn't as rapidly progressive as it is today, but even in the
3D artists, for example, CGI costs millions at the moment. If you've seen the programming coming out, you can already just use prompts to produce better results than a studio of humans. Yeah, of course, but that just means that, like, yes, CGI, like, people who do like digital design will start to disappear, but it will likely help others. Like, it'll create a whole other position. So some people will struggle in the meantime. That's true. That is obviously true. But in the long run, it'll probably just only be beneficial.
1990s, people understood the media's liberal bias. They observed it and they said, oh, well, that's the media for you. And they did nothing. And for decades, it got worse and worse and worse.
Only Mr. Bill, okay, you said you can get all those things you mentioned from a 9-to-5 or a retail job also, and you won't lose money. Okay, the thing is that you don't lose money from college. You make way more money. I just showed you guys all the stats. You make way more money going to college. So you're not losing money. It's an investment. You're gaining money. It's a pretty, like, standard thing. Now, if you go to college for the wrong thing, then obviously, like, you know, lots of people going to college for liberal arts are upset afterwards if they don't get a job right away, or they don't make a lot more money right away. Obviously, yes. If you go to school for, like, political science, yeah, of course, that's not a really good degree. That there's not a lot of people looking for political scientists out there. Like, it's good to go to school for the thing that has high demand, and then learning that skill and being good at it, and then you make way more money. Yeah.
And they did nothing. And now we have what is functionally DNC regime media. Okay. Now I ask you to look to the 2000s and 2010s, when many universities were becoming much more socially progressive than they were before. And everyone said, oh, those liberals.
Wait, what the hell are you talking about? So college gives you a badge of competence. That's it. It just proves to the employer that you're not an idiot, not that you're smart. You don't have to be an idiot or smart. It doesn't matter. You have to be educated. That's what it is. You have to be educated. You get the education in the field. Then you also get all the other things that I mentioned. But the main thing is the education. Like, whether or not you're smart or not, like, these are kind of irrelevant. You prove those things once you get the job, but getting the job is normally going to be based on some sort of prerequisite knowledge, like a college degree.
Liberal professors, oh, those snowflakes. Oh, those liberal college kids with their blue hair and their socialism. Well, once they get out into the real world, they'll learn to either get in line or go cry to their parents. Well, now they're all CEOs, politicians, pundits, teachers, and professors, so how's the whole smug they'll come around thing going? It was wish casting to an unfathomable degree to think that these kids would go to the most elite credentialing institutions, acquire influence, and then just, what? Suddenly say, oops, I was wrong, or actually, I love William F. Buckley.
Yes, I mean, that's another thing. Is you get networking from going to school. You meet lots of other people who are going to be in your field that you're going to be able to network with and work with, and hopefully one of them gets a job and maybe they can help you get a job. And then, you know, like, or even later on in life, you guys are able to do things together. Like, there are just so many benefits. The benefits are endless for going to college. Again, the amount of money that you're going to make going to college is by far going to outweigh the money that you spent on it. Now, if everybody who goes to college, the more educated they get, the less they want to be conservative, this is a problem with conservatism. Okay? If your ideology cannot surpass education, if it cannot withstand people becoming enlightened and learning more things, then this is a problem with the ideology. It's not a problem with the school. Like, there are crazies in colleges, and there are crazy far left people there. And I'll agree that, like, lots of these professors are super nut jobs who are teaching crazy things. But all the kids coming out of college aren't these far left crazies. So there's something else there that seems to say that, like, this just doesn't seem to be a place where everybody's getting brainwashed into far left ideology. It seems like they're getting exposed to those sorts of things and they're just not buying into it for some reason.
This problem is only going to get worse. And as more and more social tinkerers see themselves as dragging society to progressive utopia kicking and screaming, you're not going to be able to stick your head in the sand, or go live in the woods with your 15 kids, or Benedict option your way out of this. If we want to have a prayer of taking any of these institutions back, we must equip ourselves in the same manner as those who have captured those institutions. We must send conservatively minded young people to college. But it's not.
Foolery diversity quotas have ended that at Stanford. Look at the new group of surgeons. There's one man statistical improbability. Wait, what? There's one man? What does that mean? I have no clue what any of that means. Like, diversity quotas are illegal. They're unconstitutional. You can't have diversity quotas in like businesses or colleges or things like this. The only type you can have is if two people are exactly the same qualification, then they're get one guy in chat, the new guy. the freaking new guy. This is what the stream is, homie. This is me talking to my chat normally, one guy at a time. Yeah, I'm not gonna debate like 50 freaking people, but yeah, I'll talk to one guy. But yeah, the like diversity quotas just don't really exist anymore. So they're like, the only way that they can exist is like I was talking about with Katie, where two people have the same qualifications and then one just happens to have like a diversity check on top of that, then it's then that's like, you know, one step further. Or they're, you know, that's gonna help them just a little bit. That pushes them over the edge. But it's only if they have the same qualifications up front. Affirmative action all the way up. You understand that, like, affirmative action has helped white women more than anybody else. Like, white women benefit from affirmative action more than anybody. It's affirmative action all the way up doesn't, like, it hasn't done much for anybody. And early on, like, we've already seen the studies that early on under Obama's affirmative action, it was detrimental to black people. Like, it actually hurt them. And so affirmative action based on race was done away with, like, pretty quickly. Tom, you know I'm anti-white woman.
Not enough to just send them to college. Before and while attending, they must.
Tom, no, if I want to hire someone, I want someone who has proven they can do hard work. That's why I prefer to hire STEM, preferably the E and M, difficult degrees means someone who can think. Yeah, I know. I don't know why you said Tom no. That's what I said.
Must be armed with knowledge of what college is actually meant to be. We have to send them to the right institutions, and that's what we're going to talk about today. I was going to make the Christopher Lash video first, but then I saw this tweet. One of the fatal flaws in conservatives' view of education is that education is supposed to be about getting a job. It isn't. Education is supposed to be about developing worldview. Liberals understand this, and that is why they are winning the culture. This tweet is absolutely right. The idea that education, particularly college education, is mere job training or trade school is a relatively new one. Throughout much of history, people understood education to be the process by which a person freed himself.
Yeah, like college is meant to be a place that you go where you're actually like challenged and shown a wide variety of things, and you're able to really see like a large spectrum and be introduced to the world as it is. And there are lots of colleges who have like really cringe ways of doing this, where they kind of block out all of the ideologies that they don't like. But it seems like most colleges still have speakers come from like, the right, the left, the far right, the far left. They'll introduce you to all sorts of different ideologies. They have debates. They have protests. They have all sorts of things going on all over the place, to where you really are introduced to a wide spectrum of different types of people.
From the things that made him no better than a beast, his passions, his appetites. Education was meant to elevate man above his bestial nature into something better, something more. It was intended to liberate him from his appetitive nature. College today is in a dire place. From an educational standpoint, college education is a shadow of its former self. The curriculum is often a joke, and this is due in no small part to the fact that students really aren't students anymore. They're customers, or rather, their parents are customers. If you pay full tuition at a private university, or an out-of-state public university, you're paying around $250,000 for a bachelor's degree. With this in mind, the country clubization of colleges is no mystery. Look at the gyms, the food courts, the on-campus restaurants, the dorms. It's a country club, a health spa, a golf course. But is it really a place for learning? Well, let's continue with the theme of college kids, or their parents, being customers. If someone is shelling out $250,000 to be there, are you, as a professor, really going to give them a C? The better question, perhaps, is will the university even let you? Is the university really going to fail the kid out due to poor grades? No. Even professors that want to give lower grades, who see grade inflation as a problem, are forced into this uncomfortable non-aggression pact with students and their parents, unable to give grades much below a B+. If you give this type A box-checking kid a B or B- or God forbid a C, get ready for the influx of parent emails as if this is still middle school. Where I went to college, you needed about a 3.7 GPA to even graduate cum laude. In the 1980s, a 3.7 would have gotten you magna if not summa cum laude. Kids aren't being challenged like they once were, but are getting grades commensurate with high achievement. If you show up and have a pulse, you're more or less guaranteed B+ at worst across the board, unless you're in a class that has a curve. In fact, it's a pretty well-known fact that at certain elite colleges, the freshmen are even outright told that upon being admitted, the hardest part is over. Getting into these colleges is becoming nearly impossible, but once you're there, you're golden. As Alan Bloom wrote in The Closing of the American Mind, today's select students know so much less, are so much more cut off from tradition, are so much slacker intellectually, that they make their predecessors look like prodigies of culture. The soil is ever thinner, and I doubt whether it can now sustain the taller growths. College is a mess. My comments thus far.
Yeah, I don't know. That's what I was wondering too. I'm like, I don't know if that's actually true, but it sounds like he's saying that, like, yeah, lower average GPAs get you just as much now as they did back, like as higher GPAs got you back in the day.
Or might suggest that I'm about to actually disavow college and tell people not to go, but this is wrong. We must send our young, conservatively minded people to college. We must take care, though, to recapture an understanding of what college is meant to be. It wasn't always this way, and it doesn't have to be this way.
True.
So, what is college really meant to be? I'm going to start with...
College has always been more left-leaning than anything. That's always been the case. The problem is that before, conservatives didn't say, oh, this thing is left-leaning, therefore you can't do it. That's a fairly new way of thinking.
With a discussion of the 3 eras of American higher education, cataloged and discussed by Anthony T. Kroneman in his book, Education's End: Why Our Colleges and Universities Have Given Up on the Meaning of Life. Next, I'll discuss how our modern higher education system churns out rootless, box-checking cosmopolitans and how this is actually by design a feature of the system and not a bug. Here I will be discussing Alan Bloom's The Closing of the American Mind, as well as an article by my friend and mentor Patrick Deneen entitled How a Generation Lost Its Common Culture. After this, we'll talk about a positive vision for a university, articulated by St. John Henry Newman in his The Idea of a University. Finally, I'll give my own impressions in light of what we discussed, and explain why there's still hope, why conservative kids should be going to college, so long as they attend the right ones. So let's start with a book called Education's End: Why Our Colleges and Universities Have Given Up on the Meaning of Life. This book, written by Anthony T. Kroneman, was published in 2007. Kroneman is a professor at Yale Law School teaching subjects such as contract law, bankruptcy law, and jurisprudence. But he also teaches undergrads in literature, politics, philosophy, and history. Before we get into Kroneman's book, I'd like to thank my friend and mentor, Professor Patrick Deneen, for his years of instruction and guidance. Many of my impressions with respect to the books we're going to talk about are the result of my studies under and conversations with Professor Deneen, who, again, we'll also be talking about later in this video when we discuss his article. Professor, if you're watching this, I thank you. Kroneman offers an account of the historical development of the American college. Kroneman categorizes the history of the American college into 3 distinct eras. Kroneman calls the first era the Age of Piety. This era is rooted in the founding of Harvard College in 1636, and it lasts until about the time of the American Civil War. Characterizing this era is the presence of religious colleges at which young men, women didn't really attend college during this time, were instructed to comport with religious, usually Christian Protestant, conduct. As Kroneman notes, it was the goal of these colleges to create men of a certain kind, Christian gentlemen who conducted themselves as such. The colleges during this era tasked themselves with cultivating the souls of students. These colleges did not conceptualize themselves as vocational institutions, trade schools, concerned with postgraduate employment. Rather, the Age of Piety prioritized character formation and the cultivation of the soul, as these concepts corresponded to the school's religious affiliations. Indeed, back then, almost every college was founded by a religious order, usually Protestant in America, and the aim of these colleges was to bring up young men in the particular faith tradition, that is, to make you a good Episcopalian, for example. Your studies were focused on Greek and Latin and the Bible. If you were at a Catholic school, you'd read Aquinas and Augustine too. The goal really was to shape young Christians. There didn't exist any sharp distinctions between faculty and administration, that is to say, the professors also ran the school and generally lived on campus. The faculty were generalists, and there was not a sharp distinction between the disciplines. Following the Age of Piety was what Kroneman calls the Age of Secular Humanism. The Civil War and the rise of industrialization really gave way to this era, and this era lasted from roughly the American Civil War to the mid-20th century. This educational era, which arose from the emerging sciences, both natural sciences and social sciences, also resulted in a growing distinction between science and morality. Secularism and specialization grew to prominence due to a greater emphasis on a sense of objectivity, while questions related to the soul or the meaning of life persisted largely only in the humanities. This had a profound effect on the organization of the university, and we saw the real beginning of the graduate program as we see it today. Programs became populated with specialists, and the goal became to really antiquate yourself, to discover more than, to challenge who came before you. While during the Age of Piety, professors were trying to create a generation that looked like them, more or less, during the Age of Secular Humanism, professors were trying to create a generation that challenged them. The humanities attempted to retain some of the elements of the Age of Piety with great books programs, but these programs didn't really embody an organized curriculum anymore. Instead, students in such great books programs were just handed a pile of noteworthy books to read, without much connecting them. The curriculum no longer embodied a cohesive, instructive worldview that these educational institutions once professed. The colleges held on to these old, noteworthy books Almost as a sentimental matter, they recognized, or they intuited, that these books were once important, but they didn't know what to do with them. It would be like finding an old heirloom in your great-grandparents' house and holding on to it even though if you saw it at an antique store, you wouldn't give it a second look. This is what we've done, Cronin posits, to Homer, Shakespeare, Aristotle and Aquinas, Dostoevsky, Tolstoy, Nietzsche, Heidegger and Kant, to every author you associate with the greats of fiction and philosophy. They became heirlooms. But at least during this time, we still...
That does seem to be odd when it comes to like philosophy. It always seems odd to me that instead of actually like studying philosophy, they study like history of philosophy and study like what other philosophers have had to say instead of actually like, I don't know, it does seem odd where other courses are learning like how to do the thing and maybe some history of the thing, but it's mostly them engaging in the thing. And instead in philosophy, it's just like a history class instead.
respected them even if we didn't really know why. We just grabbed all the old big names and threw them together, calling it the Western tradition.
Yeah, and I can't think of a single philosopher that I actually think is like doing a really great job. Like, sorry, I can't think of a single philosopher that I would like largely agree with. I think that most of them have, I think most of them came from a time where they had to write philosophy in a way that would appeal to some religious sect, and they had to write it in a way so that it wasn't like immediately shot down or considered to be you know, the worst thing ever. So they had to like write, especially secular philosophy, they would have to write it in a way to where it doesn't tell everybody else that they're completely wrong. So it has to still engage within the cultural norms of its time. And I think, yeah, if they were capable of like being in a more secular uh, society and having more secular cultural norms at the time, then I think they probably would have thought and written very differently.
But this Western tradition wasn't really a tradition at all. It was a confused hodgepodge, just reading these books without care for how they should be read together or otherwise contextualized. It resulted in a deeply subjective and individualistic understanding of what truth is. Students were now on their own and just encountering great books and making their own determinations. To many, this might sound freeing, but in truth, it was anything but. The third academic era described by Kroneman, and the one currently dictating the actions of modern American universities, is the age of the research ideal. This era, according to Kroneman, is defined by the rise of the modern research universities and professors who predictably derive much of their value from the ability to produce and publish original contributions with a high enough frequency so as to maintain their own reputation. And
I gotta run to the restroom real quick. I'm gonna take my phone with me, so I'm still listening, but I will be right back. Even Nietzsche, I'm sorry. I have trouble where like I've read a bunch of different philosophers, and I have trouble separating who I read, like whose book was which one. I think he did the something of good and evil, right? Was that him? But yeah, Beyond Good and Evil. Yes. Okay. So Beyond Good and Evil was literally what I just described. Beyond Good and Evil was a way to take religious morals and say, we don't need religion for this. We can still have these morals grounded in something else. We don't have to be religious to have these morals, right? He was literally doing the same thing, saying, hey guys, we can still pretty much be Christians and act Christian-like and have the same Christian morality. Just we're gonna attach it to something more secular. So yeah, I would say especially especially Nietzsche.
And that of their employing institution,
I'll be
or
back.
university. This era has led to the rising tides of specialization between departments within a university, leading individuals, particularly graduate students, to conceive of their disciplines as entirely separate and self-contained. Attempts at moral instruction have by this era completely vanished, and emphasis on undergraduate education has been in large part rendered subordinate to that of the graduate, professional producing level. It is under this research ideal that American universities have altogether lost their direction, disservicing students as well as society. The hyper-specialization within modern universities, coupled with an ironically dogmatic opposition to anything perceived as dogmatic, which manifests itself as an ideological worship of some notion of objectivity or empiricism, has created a student body and young citizenry composed of amoral worker ants. If these individuals have discernible values at all, they can be best described as those adhering to what Notre Dame sociology professor Christian Smith calls moralistic therapeutic deism, discussed in his work, Soul Searching, The Religious and Spiritual Lives of American Teenagers. Because values and morals cannot be judged or evaluated empirically or objectively, the modern American university student is fearful of offending others and seeks to avoid conflict by publicly adhering to a philosophy of adherence and passivity, even relegating moral convictions and values, which were once thought of as truths, to the realm of mere opinion and preference. There exists in universities, and in modern public life, a de facto rule against publicly disagreeing with others' choices and lifestyles. Relativism, a you-do-you outlook on life, pervades moral attitudes of young people, including university students. And when students do take a moral position, they feel the need to undergird it with a cold, calculated utilitarianism. Practicality supersedes morality. With universities reluctant to instruct students of any moral truth, and students equally intimidated by the prospect of instructing their peers of the same, the young now populating modern universities behave as one might expect. Drug use, drunkenness, and other forms of hedonistic excess dominate the social lives of these box checkers, who have been told the only way to measure success is done exactly in such a fashion: measurement. Many of these students do not take time to consider what constitutes a good life. Similarly, they do not reflect upon or judge the actions of their peers, lest they find themselves judged. Furthermore, the emphasis upon specialization within the modern university detracts from the concept of oneness found in Kroneman's Age of...
Yeah, the only book that I've read twice recently was *Sapiens*, and I'm sure Trotsky's gonna have some snide comment to make about *Sapiens*, but I loved *Sapiens*. *Sapiens* is a great book, and I loved it so much. I read it again right away. I immediately read it a second time. It was so good.
of Piety, and at least attempted in the...
*Sapiens* is the history of mankind, or a brief history of humankind, or something like that.
Age of secular humanism. The university, now just a collection of specialized departments, seems to have given up on a holistic undergraduate education that informs the mind and character of the pupils. Instead, undergraduate courses tend to serve as introductions to a specific field, to a trade. The modern university exposes its undergraduate students to potential career paths rather than to an intellectual journey or to character formation. As Alistair McIntyre writes in God, Philosophy, Universities, undergraduate education has become a prologue.
Tom, have you read Brief History of Everything? Let me see. That sounds familiar. Ken Wilber. Maybe. Hold on, let me check. Noah Harari. I liked *Sapiens*. You did? Okay. Every leftist I know hates freaking *Sapiens*. They all hate the book because he talks about capitalism as like an important part of human evolution and the process, and even though obviously Marx talks about, you know, capitalism being an important part of human evolution and part of the process as well, I still know so many leftists who hate capitalism and refuse to say that it's an important part of the process, and refuse to say that it's like that it was a great invention that really helped people, and so yeah, they immediately hate Harari because he talks about capitalism in a way that explains how much it's helped mankind, and they hate him for it.
To specialization and professionalization, and there no longer exists a conviction in the modern university that all disciplines are contributing to the same enterprise. The university, which once had a clear, unifying, universal aim, hence the name university, is now a multiversity, with disparate, detached, untethered departments having nothing to do with each other.
That's because they never read Marx? Oh, I'm aware. I am well aware most of the leftists I talk to have never read Marx. It's very frustrating when leftists try, like, getting on to me and say stupid stuff like, you know, you can't talk about leftism, you've never even read theory. And I'm like, okay, well, I've read this. They're like, well, like, how many of those have you read? I watch Vosh.
A faculty's conversation partners are outside of the university. Instead, they're specialists at other universities. As one of my professors told me, he knows more professors in his own field at
I refuse to ever read a book. It's okay. You don't need to read books. You just come watch me. I read books. I will be smart for you.
colleges around the country. Then he knows professors of other departments who have offices in his own building. Specialization and even subspecialization becomes the way professors contribute to knowledge, get their names on the map. The professors who teach at the undergraduate level see themselves as specialists within a discipline or subdiscipline. Our professors are limiting their attention to a single segment of human knowledge, and this devalues and demotes the generalist. It just makes him a dabbler. Similarly, the role of the humanist, the philosophy, theology, political theory professor, becomes insecure when the sole purpose of the university is to, quote, create more knowledge, rather than learn from the past. If you saw yourself as part of a long conversation with the humanities, being a storehouse of ideas and questions, answers, the research ideal upended this view. The focus became the future, not the past. The research ideal holds that we should replace what was held in the past. We should make it antiquated. And now we start to see why and how the modern university...
Yeah, I've had maybe 2 or 3 recent arguments with socialists who, over time, breaking down their ideas and why they believe in socialism, eventually get to the end point where I finally get them to admit, I don't actually care about how to make socialism work. I just believe in the ideal. I'm like, okay, but what if socialism doesn't work? And they're like, well, capitalism doesn't work, so who cares? I'm like, okay, but you understand that, like, that you not knowing how socialism would work is like the entire point of why people hate socialists and why they can't stand all of the, like, high and mighty, you know, talking down to people who believe in capitalism when you don't even understand capitalism and you don't understand socialism. And I was like, so if all you do is you just care about the ideal, you're just a freaking capitalist. Like, that's it. Like, if it's just an ideal for you, then you're just a capitalist. Like, you're just like anybody else. Like, most capitalists believe in those ideals. They just don't think that they can work. So they don't push for it. But they believe in the ideals. They think the ideals are good. Most everybody would agree with leftist ideals. They just don't think it can work. So they're a capitalist. So if you're a socialist, you call yourself a socialist because you just believe in the ideals, but you don't know how it can work and you can't explain how it can work, then you're just a capitalist. Hard agree, Tom? Yes, well, I know that there is a lot of gatekeeping in leftism, and that's definitely one of the ways we separate them out, but yeah.
falls to social progressivism. It's no coincidence that the research ideal and social progressivism came about at similar times. They work hand in hand. As the humanities were forced to justify their existence to prove they weren't just backwards looking, they had to demonstrate that they were actually at a forefront. The forefront of justice, of progress. The modern university, animated by the research ideal, asked of the humanities, how are you?
I've mentioned this a couple of times. The book I'm reading right now is Fear by... Oh, why do I keep forgetting his name, dude? I don't know why it's so hard for me to remember this guy's name. Bob Woodward. Fear by Bob Woodward. It's very good. It kind of walks you through, like, the Trump presidency and how everybody's working behind his back to make everything that he wants to do harder for him to do it, because they're afraid he's going to screw everything up, and that like he doesn't understand the processes. He doesn't understand how to run a government. He doesn't understand how the institutions work. He doesn't understand what his job is. He doesn't understand anything. He just says, do this, and then he like doesn't care about how it gets done. And so they all have to like collude behind the scenes to try to figure out how to pretend they're getting the thing done without actually getting the thing done. And it's very interesting. The whole thing is very interesting.
You contributing to progress? How are you helping us to replace the past? For humanities to survive, they had to answer that they were contributing to justice, to progress.
LOL sounds funny. You can make a sitcom out of that. Have you ever seen what's the name of the Trump cartoon? Like, was it 50? What was the name of it? 50th or Bob Woodward is the GOAT. This is the first thing I've ever read by him, but it's really good. What number of president was he? He was 50, right? Oh, he's 45. Okay. I don't know. I can't find it, but yeah, there is a cartoon. I think it was on Comedy Central. Yeah, this. Showtime.
Dear Mr. Mueller, we accept the fact that you want to indict us for whatever it is we did wrong, but we think you're crazy for making us testify about who we think we are. You see us as you want to see us, in the simplest terms. But what we found out is that each one of us is
a brain.
And an athlete.
And a basket case.
A princess.
And a criminal. Does that answer your question? Sincerely yours, The Breakfast Club. P.S. I named the club after one of my top 5 favorite meals.
That's not even the one that I'm thinking of, because there's another one where he's like super short, I thought. Maybe that is it. Our Cartoon President. That's the name of it. Yeah. Anyways, it's funny.
This development contributed to the decline of what the humanities really were, as students began to see themselves as delegates of their various identities. Just as the university had become fractured, atomized by departments and specializations, so too did students begin
Sorry, I knew who Bob Woodward was. I just never read anything by him.
To become fractured by disparate identities. As Cronman notes, the more a classroom resembles a gathering of delegates, the less congenial it becomes. This has resulted in a crisis of the humanities. It renders the old thinkers to a category of unenlightenment or injustice, inequality, regressivism. One stands to gain or learn nothing from these works now. So now we have a university committed to research and advancing empirical knowledge on the one hand, and social progressivism on the other hand. These two cultures, the scientific undertaking and the humanities, seemingly have nothing to do with each other, but the modern narrative suggests if we accept the tenets of social progressivism, we can show how such progressivism was absent in the old works, the classics, the greats. This then results in a hostility towards what you study. To study the classics today is to be anti-classics, to study how bad, how problematic, how regressive the classics are.
What is it that you're vaping on? I'm team Dynavape? Dynavape? Your stuff looks intense. So this is a Saltnik vape by Vupu. It is a great vape. I love this vape. It is so good. This is the So my first one had problems with leaking. So it's the same thing, just in black. So I got this one instead. It's very pretty if you can, like, yeah, there you go. Yeah, this is, oh wait, it's Mock, not Voopoo. I don't know why I thought it was Voopoo. But it's the Novo 2. And it is, and so yeah, it, like, you get these little cartridges and then you fill them up. And I have a number of different juices. I've got the Heisenberg, which is like a blue vape. It's very good. I like fruity flavor. So this one is like a pineapple flavor. It's very good. Very good stuff.
This fits well into our corporate world where each of us is distilled into an atomized, fungible, or easily transformed identity. Liberalism in its classical Lockean form and its modern progressive form assumes
this is the Novo 2X.
We are all free by our nature, so we enter into society to secure our freedom. We don't need to attain human liberty through study. We no longer need, in the liberals' view, education aimed at self-rule and self-discipline.
They all leak on me? Yeah, this is the first one that doesn't leak. So that was the problem with this one, is it kept leaking, and it leaked into the battery and broke eventually. And so while I was in, this is the Novo 3. The Novo 3 just would not stop leaking, and it just broke, like it wouldn't work. But the Novo 2X doesn't really leak on me, and I never take it out. You're supposed to take it out. Like, you're never supposed to just leave the cartridge in there. Every time you're not using it, you're supposed to take it out. I don't ever take it out, and it works just fine.
Liberal arts were once the arts of, well, liberating yourself, becoming free, having the freedom to be good, to do right. Little wonder, then, that we see the proliferation of STEM and business at the undergraduate level. Who needs to read the old, regressive fools? How quickly universities fall to this new ideal, this new cultural chauvinism, when they lose their tethering to faith, to Christianity. In his book, The Closing of the American Mind, Alan Bloom noted, "I do not believe that my generation, my cousins who have been educated in the American way, all of whom are MDs or PhDs, have any classical learning. When they talk about heaven and earth, the relations between men and women..."
We can do call-ins in a minute if anybody wants to call in once we finish this video. Anybody who wants to call in, ask questions, whatever. I got some other stuff that I want to get into, some more drama. But yeah, anybody who wants to call in, tell me I'm an idiot, debate me, ask me questions, whatever. We'll do that in a little bit.
Parents and children, the human condition. I hear nothing but cliches, superficialities, the material of satire. I'm not saying anything so trite as that life is fuller when people have myths to live by. I mean rather that a life based on the book is closer to the truth, that it provides the material for deeper research in and access to the real nature of things. Without the great revelations, epics, and philosophies as part of our natural vision, there is nothing to see out there, and eventually little left inside. The Bible is not the only means to furnish a mind, but without a book of similar gravity, read with the gravity of the potential believer, it will remain unfurnished. Alan Bloom, a professor at Cornell University, Yale University, the University of Chicago, among other institutions, was a champion of a great books education. Although I ultimately disagree with some of Bloom's prescriptions, his diagnosis, his criticisms of the American university are spot on. In his book, Bloom also writes, "When I was a young teacher at Cornell, I once had a debate about education with a professor of psychology. He said that it was his function to get rid of prejudices in his students. He knocked them down like 10 pins. I began to wonder what he replaced those prejudices with. He did not seem to have much of an idea of what the opposite of a prejudice might be. He reminded me of the little boy who gravely informed me when I was 4 that there is no Santa Claus, who wanted me to bathe in the brilliant light of truth. Did this professor know what those prejudices meant for the students, and what effect being deprived of them would have? Did he believe that there are truths that could guide their lives as did their prejudices? Had he considered how to give students the love of truth necessary to seek unprejudiced beliefs? Or would he render them passive, disconsolate, indifferent, and subject to authorities like himself, or the best of contemporary thought?
What? This just sounds like incoherent babble. Like, what? What? I'm so lost here. Is anybody else understanding this? And everybody take a second, hit the thumbs up sees button. Appreciate you joining. All I heard was still believe in Santa. Yeah, so I'm not understanding when he says like, hey, they got rid of their prejudices, but what did they replace that with? Did he ever think that there's something that's the opposite of prejudice? What is it? What is that? Then tell us what it is. I don't. Even if there is, does that mean you have to be the other thing? Like, is there always a one or the other? I don't think having I think the opposite of having a prejudice is not having a prejudice. That's probably the opposite of it. So that's it.
My informant about Santa Claus was just showing off, proving his superiority to me. He had not created the Santa Claus that had to be there in order to be refuted. Think of all we learn about the world from men's belief in Santa Claus, and all that we learn about the soul from those who believe in him. By contrast, a merely methodological excision from the soul of the imagination that projects gods and heroes onto the wall of the cave.
Something that is a lie can be indicative of greater truth. So, okay, but that's the thing, is that that is what should get rid of prejudices, is greater truth. Like something that makes more sense than what it is you currently believe in. Normally prejudices come from ignorance and not understanding something, right? So lots of times when we talk about racism, okay? So when we talk about racism, a lot of racism comes from logical fallacies. Like they are fallacious. That's why they're wrong. They are wrong logically, not just morally. We assume when you do this morally, when you do this logically, you are choosing to be incorrect logically for some sort of ideological reason, which is what makes it a moral wrong in the end. Is that you're trying to convince yourself of something that is incorrect so that you can continue believing that incorrect thing, which obviously is going to have some sort of greater harm. But if you were correct, nobody would care. Nobody would be fighting you on it. If you were actually right, if it was actually logical, nobody would fight you on it. But when you're wrong, now it's like a greater wrong. So if you can actually learn logic and understand that there is a fallacious thought process in, black people commit crimes at a higher rate, therefore this black person is more likely to have committed a crime. That's not how stats work. That's not how that works. That is a fallacious thought process. So you're being bigoted or prejudiced, and it's because you're fallacious. Your thought process to get to that conclusion is fallacious. So that is the greater truth, is that you're just wrong, and that's why you were bigoted. I don't believe in Santa because I asked for him to murder my enemies, and yet they live. That's rough, buddy. That is rough. Maybe next year.
Cave does not promote knowledge of the soul. It only lobotomizes it.
No, not fellatio.
Cripples its powers. Now, it's important to note here that when Bloom uses the word prejudices, he isn't talking about prejudice as we understand it today, prejudice against a certain racial or religious group. Rather, he means, as the word sounds, prejudgments, biases, opinions, things you believe due to your upbringing, what you have inherited from your family, what is right and wrong.
So like tradition then?
What makes a good person? Is there a God? What kind of God? What is justice? What is virtue? The modern university answer these questions, albeit indirectly and by omission. Such questions, once at the forefront of a college curriculum, are cast aside as archaic and unknowable. Students are encouraged to cast aside questions because any commitment to an answer is dogmatic, irrational, anti-intellectual, and unknowable. Of course, this itself is a dogma, an arrogance about how things can even be knowable in the first place. Indeed, the answers have been handed down to us for thousands of years. We just recently decided to stop listening. Bloom lamented that students in modern universities were uninspired. They were the perfect products of a society that prized non-judgmentalism, tolerance, and getting along. These trends, the result of democratization, led to an indifference in students. No views could be superior or inferior to others. No views could be judged. There was for a time, for example, that we would say one should read Plato's Republic, or Homer's Odyssey, or Dante's Inferno, those core texts, to be a civilized human being. But we no longer have such debates. They're contentious. We've agreed to disagree, and the only prejudice now is that there's no truth to be known. It's all relative. What you inherit, culturally or from your family, is relative. It's just happenstance. Bloom was hardly the last professor to lament this trend. Patrick Deneen, who I mentioned and thanked before, is a professor at the University of Notre Dame who has dedicated much thought to the purpose of an undergraduate education. Indeed, many of my impressions in my preparing for this video have come from sitting in a class of his or from conversations he and I would have outside of class. After all of the heavy quoting of Alan Bloom, I'm reluctant to throw another paragraph of quoted material at you, but this is important. Deneen opens his piece, How a Generation Lost Its Common Culture, with the following. My students are know-nothings. They are exceedingly nice, pleasant, trustworthy, mostly honest, well-intentioned, and utterly decent. But their brains are largely empty, devoid of any substantial knowledge that might be the fruits of an education in an inheritance and a gift of a previous generation. They are the culmination of Western civilization, a civilization that has forgotten nearly everything about itself and, as a result, has achieved near-perfect indifference to its own culture. Deneen laments the atomization of the modern college student, untethered to time and place, with no allegiance to their home or what they inherited from their parents' traditions, beliefs, and faith. Deneen asks whether most college students have read the Iliad and the Odyssey, or the Canterbury Tales, Inferno, Paradise Lost, whether they know who taught Plato and who Plato taught. What are the Federalist Papers and who wrote them? What about the 95 Theses? How and where did Thomas Becket die? Who was Guy Fawkes? And why is there a day named after him? Although Deneen admits that some students might know the answers to some of these questions due to happenstance or a certain professor along the way, he suggests that most college-educated people couldn't answer most of them. Instead, America's college-educated are masters of systematic ignorance. They have learned, according to Deneen, exactly what has been asked of them, to be like mayflies, alive by happenstance, in a fleeting present. Most striking is Deneen's thesis that our modern students' ignorance is not a failing of the educational system. Instead, it is its goal. It's a crowning achievement. As Deneen wrote, efforts by several generations of philosophers and reformers and public policy experts, who our students and most of us know nothing about, have combined to produce a generation of know-nothings. The pervasive ignorance of our students is not a mere accident or unfortunate but correctable outcome if only we hire better teachers or tweak the reading lists in high school. It is the consequence of a civilizational commitment to civilizational suicide. The modern graduate, Deneen posits, is the product, the achievement of a systematic commitment to producing individuals without a past and for whom the future is a foreign country. Cultureless ciphers who can live anywhere and perform any kind of work without inquiring about its purpose or its ends, perfected tools for an economic system that prioritizes flexibility, geographic, interpersonal, or ethical. The main purpose of modern education is to sand off remnants of cultural or historical specificity and identity. Education's purpose today, to affirm our autonomous selves within what Deneen calls a...
Okay. This is a little long. I'm interested, but it's a little long. All right, we're going to get into the promised topic, I guess. I talked to Stardust earlier. I guess a lot of you were already watching. You've already seen a lot of this, but so we watched a little bit already, and Chaeiry, before talking to Stardust, Destiny said, hey, there's a lot of people.
Dingley Bumbus super chatted $10. My guy, look into Dynavap. It's a cannabis vaporizer that saves both cash and lung. Cheers.
Dynavap? Thanks for the $10. Let's see. I don't I don't really vape cannabis. Like, I have cannabis vapes, but I just don't really... I don't really use them. LOL, I was waiting for the Dynavap vape plug. Is that their thing? So yeah, anyway, so we were watching Chaeiry talk to Destiny, and Destiny brought up the fact that some people say that here, I guess we'll just start it over because we're only 3 minutes in. But yeah, he brought up the fact that some people were saying that Stardust was friends with Richard Spencer.
I don't know why I don't know why she gets that rap.
Well, isn't she friends with like a lot of right-wing people now, like Richard Spencer and I don't know, whatever other unsavory figures kind of pop into
Are
her
you
sphere right now?
retarded when I said that I'm not close friends with anybody? Like, if you know,
Just because you're not close friends with them doesn't necessarily mean you don't follow their content. You watch all of our content, everybody in this fucking sphere. No, so I didn't know if you knew that or not. I feel like
She does this with everything. She does this with every little thing where like people just ask her a question. She's, I'm not their close friend. What is wrong with you? It's like, whoa, where did that come from? Hey, you stop acting like we're so close. What? What happened to you, dude?
It's a pretty common criticism that Stardust gets. I would have assumed you would have known that, but maybe you don't. That's fine. If you don't, that's okay. But that's like a thing that like everybody.
After this, we're gonna watch the Matt Taibbi debate in just a little bit.
What he says about her is like, oh, Stardust is fighting up to Richard Spencer and fucking white nationalism. She streams on Cozy. Yeah.
You would say that she's friends with Richard Spencer, or that's what the haters.
That's what they're all saying. That's what they all say.
Okay.
Okay, now can you guys hear me?
Do you understand what the fuck I'm talking about, Steven? Okay, you can receive me positively now. I feel like if you turned on my camera and your stream could see that I'm like sitting here half naked, like they would be so much nicer to me in chat. But don't turn on my camera, just whatever.
Okay.
Wait, can y'all hear me for real or no?
Yes, we can hear you now. What's up?
Okay, all right, cool. I had to fix my settings. All right, so I did a lot of reflection after interacting with Stardust, and I feel like when it comes to people like that, you really only have 3 options, right? Because they'll say they don't mind confrontation, and that might be true. They like a certain type of confrontation, right? They don't like to be criticized, is the thing. So,
yeah, it seems like Stardust is very playful in her type of confrontation. So she likes to have like a playful, loud back and forth, but she doesn't like to have a serious, mad type of confrontation, right? Where like the two of you are actually like screaming and yelling and pissed off at each other. Because when that happens, she starts to kind of lose it. She starts to have trouble focusing. She starts to have trouble like keeping up with what's going on. She can't keep her arguments straight. Like Stardust is, she likes to have like a more like, yeah, playful, fun, heated interaction. Those are like, she likes those sorts of things.
you have 3 options. You either completely detach and say, fuck it, I don't care. Or you deal with them on their terms, right? And coddle their feelings. Or you go balls to the wall and actually like nail them to something. And
Jesus effing Christ, this is why I'm here. Tom Foolery show was in the Stardust chat. That's how I'm here. True. Are you just now putting this together, or what? Like, why? My guy, what is the criticism though? I didn't criticize her. That wasn't a criticism. He is saying that she says I was just responding to what Mindwaves was saying and explaining it in more detail. Like Chaeiry, Stardust, and we all kind of got into Twitch politics at the same time, including Not So Erudite, Hans of Harkir. Let me see if I can find it. I had a new streamer panel. No, that's not it. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I had a new streamer panel a while ago, and it was, yeah, me, Chaeiry, Stardust, Anna, or Aristocracy, and did I say Anna Frills earlier? Not Anna Frills. Aristocracy and Hansa Farkir. Um, and yeah, we were all the new streamers at the time, and they all came on for us to have like a panel with all new streamers, and like we were all cool, we all talked, we all went on the panels together a lot, we were all in the same circles, we had all the same friends, like, and it was chill, and we all I got banned fairly quickly, so I was no longer really around them anymore. But yeah, we were all in the same circles for a long time, so it was like I've known these people for a while. Tom Foolery, how long have you been on YouTube? It's hard to explain. Like at first, when I first got into content creation, I was in podcasting and I was just doing debates. And that was it. Like I just had people on, we debated. I had big names on sometimes, and like I was growing really quickly, but I was much farther right at the time. Then I started to move towards the center and I came out with a video why I left the right, and that was my first like YouTube video. Like it was my first but I was posting podcasts on YouTube, but nobody watched them. It was very low quality, low effort content, and it was just my podcasts re-uploaded to YouTube. But yeah, when I posted my video why I left the right, my my entire like base just kind of decided to cancel me, uh and I got a ton of hate and lots of people super pissed off at me, and that was when I decided to start streaming. And then when I started streaming, I found out who Destiny was and what he was doing, and like kind of found the space and what everybody else here was about. And that was about 2 years ago. So then eventually I got on the Twitch and started doing debates on Twitch, and I blew up and was growing really quickly. And that's where like a lot of these panels here came from. So you can see. So this is a panel
I never said this.
with Irrelevant, Riley Grace Roshong, Denims, Dylan, and Destiny. This is from 2 years ago when I was on Twitch. There's another panel I was on with Destiny, Mal the Infidel, a bunch of other people. Let's see. This is an all right-wing panel that I
Clear
held
what's going on, and it's disingenuous to think
with a bunch of different people. Yeah, there's another panel that I did here. So yeah, I don't know why it's not public.
and it's opted.
So yeah, there's the City Cat, Fanatic, K Fellows, No Comment Chick, Jola. So yeah, there was like my streams were blowing up at the time, and We were killing it. And then yeah, I got banned off Twitch, and that was that. I couldn't grow the same on YouTube. Anywhere that I go where it's just about the content, that's it. It's just about the content. I grow very quickly. Like every single time, I'm very quickly growing. So on Facebook, on podcasting, and on Twitch, it's just about the content. I grow very quickly. But on YouTube, it's not just about the content. Now it's about like SEO, titles, descriptions, thumbnails, like all of these other things that I'm just not only am I not good at it, I don't care about it all that much. And I'm not good at it for this space, especially. Like this space wants something very specific that I'm not all that interested in. I have to like take people out of context. I have to do all sorts of weird stuff that I just don't want to do. But more recently, I started to blow up when this happened. You guys might remember this. Let's see.
Speech, because I think so far at least we have pretty.
I feel that it's just a part.
Definitely
That's
harm.
not like
Going like it starts to lead elderly black lady, and all of a sudden you just start hating.
Traumatic in a way that is unique, rad.
This is the first time me and Wick met, and he got really mad that I told him he was pearl clutching while we were debating a bunch of pedophiles.
Point. In any relationship, whether it be with a minor ship, say no or this is acceptable. And these stick a behavior. It is
like, well, now with this, we're
Yes, and then
Okay, here it is.
I check DMs, please.
I feel like everyone inherently goes, "Oh, this is traumatic. This is traumatic." 100% of the time, it's always going to be traumatic.
So yes, this is a panel with a bunch of pedophiles. We're debating pedophiles, like, and it's like, non-pedophiles versus pedophiles. Like this was the panel.
I'm 16. If I want to flirt with a 20-some-year-old, I can. If I want to have sex with one, I can. That is my right, and I'm conscious of that being what I, as a person, want to do.
This clip went viral, and this is how I started to like grow on YouTube finally.
That is what I should have that right. I'm consciously able to make that decision. I have made it clear by being here, by stating my opinions, by making my arguments. I should be able to love, date, do whatever the fuck I want if I am within my if I'm
I
mentally
love looking at
capable
my
of,
face,
which I
dude.
clearly
I love seeing my face in this moment because I know my heart is beating out of my chest, dude. My heart is just pounding right now.
am. I'm not saying everybody is. That's
Hold
never
on.
been the statement.
Hold on. I'm really sorry. Hold on.
One second.
Did you just say? Wait, did he just say he's 16?
Let him finish. Let him finish.
No. Hold on. Did he just say he's 16? Is he actually 16?
Wait.
yes, this person is 16 years old.
I don't think I want to have this conversation with a 16-year-old on.
Yeah, I'm not doing this. I was under the understanding this was all adults.
Hold on. I've said it from the start.
I'm sorry. I did not hear that. I apologize.
Wait, AM? Yes.
You said you were an AEM supporter. You didn't say that you were.
No,
an
I did
AEM.
say I was.
That's what I was under the
Yeah,
that's what I was under the.
That's what I've been saying. That's
Okay.
how I've been
You
saying
see,
it.
this is a
That's
prime
when I've
example of what we've been talking about this entire time about how adults being, talked about or talked to by teens saying no. We're saying no. We're adults and we're saying no. We don't want to have this conversation with you.
If you want me to leave, I'll leave.
No,
That's
I'm gonna
blatant
bounce,
statement.
gang. I'll see you guys later. Thanks for inviting me on. I love you all.
Bye,
And
Rick.
have a great day.
Yeah.
Thank you for your time, Wick. Yeah, it seems like if
Here, let me see if I can find the other part because Here we go.
We're going to, after this, move on to the subject, a different subject, sort of, segueing into our next point.
I just wanted to say something on the topic.
And right after this, I actually had like a one-on-one debate with the real like hardcore map that was on here that was dating the 16-year-old that was
of like losing your attraction because somebody turns out to be some sort of age.
I don't even know what topic we're on right now. I have no idea what the topic even is. I thought like we're just jumping all over the place. But I feel like, yeah, I feel like the guys on my side are like being a little too pearl clutchy, and they're oversimplifying things, taking like all of the nuance out of it.
That doesn't make any sense to me.
It could not make sense to you, that's fine. What you just stated is
but
it
you
should
can't
not
accept
be.
that.
It should not be legal places. If there's any place
I
where a
don't see
14-year-old
why it
having
shouldn't be
sex with a
illegal.
20-year-old is legal, that should be done away with.
So if I can real quick, I'm not giving like an argument. It's just from our side, there's like a little bit too much pearl clutching. Like we're just saying it's wrong, it's bad, it's
Pearl
good.
clutching.
Like,
No, excuse me, why I
yes.
clutch the pearls at 14-year-old child brides.
That's what you're here to debate, bro. That's what you came to debate. Yes, that like of course. So yeah, they keep saying like here, these are arguments, we want to know why, and your answer is because it's bad. Like yeah, they already know you think it's bad.
Have you
like
not
you have to
listened to why
explain.
I explained it's bad? Because they cannot give consent. That is the entire purpose of my argument. I understand that.
Everybody was mad at me. They're like, bro, why do you keep debating your own side?
Dingley Bumbus super chatted $5. Jesus, guy. I just got here but you're clearly based. Cheers to your losing, uphill battle.
Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. I like, it was this. So this started like the uphill climb. And then I came out with a video essay. Right after that was about the Balenciaga issue. Left and the right use labels to stigmatize their political enemies. But the left has been much more effective at this strategy. They have words like homophobe, transphobe, xenophobe. The labels have been stigmatized so much so that just one of these labels being placed on you can ruin your entire life. And so yeah, this is like a 2-hour video essay of me just shredding Demon Mama and Xander Hall and all of these people. Gotta move on.
This is going to be a wild one. So get comfy, get cozy. I made you some hot chocolate. Look, it's got marshmallows in it. So for those of you who don't know, because I sure as hell did not before all of this.
Yeah, it is kind of funny this. Like, I'm so quirky, hot chocolate before I talk about how I accidentally started a mass deranged conspiracy theory.
I don't want to do this again. Oh boy.
Oh boy. Yeah, very much DJ Mule energy. That's true.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
This is a goth bear. This is a...
So yeah, this is it. That Smugbug debate too. LOL, that shit was funny. Very yikesy by Smugbug. Very odd, yes. Yes, that Smugbug debate was an odd one. I didn't have money to pay my editor at the time, so I couldn't get the map debate out and I couldn't get the Smugbug debate out. Like I was getting like massive amounts of views on things that I was doing and I couldn't get them published into separate videos to really like get it way out there. Like it's something happening in the middle of a stream is one thing, but most of the time when people click on it and it's not immediately what they see, they just click off. So you have to like republish it into a fine little neat package for them so that they can just click on it and just watch, and that's the end of it. And yeah, I didn't have money to pay my editor at the time, so there was all of this stuff that was coming out, that was coming out and that was happening that people could only watch like in the middle of my streams, and it was really hard to monetize it that way. But yeah, once this came out, Chud reviewed it, like a ton of other people reviewed it. It blew up in at like 4.5 thousand views. That was at the time the most views I had ever gotten on anything. Over the last couple weeks, I'm getting like almost 1,000 views per live stream now, whereas at the time I was getting like 150 to 200 views per live stream. Now I'm like, we can go look at my stats on the last couple streams, and it's all way up there for this channel at least. It won't show it. Yeah, I can't see it. That's game. Okay. There we go. 951, 3,366, 276, 2,000, 1,000, 800, 900, 700, 800, 800, 650, 1,800, 4,800. Like, just all of this stuff was just popping off in the last couple weeks. So yeah, we're moving on up, getting some consistency. So yeah, if you're new, short history lesson on tomfoolery. But if you haven't watched my video essay, like, go watch my video essay. That is the thing I am most proud of. I put so much work into that, like, you have no idea. I literally walked out on my job and just focused on just that video for literally like 4 or 5 days straight, just sitting, doing nothing but that. It was freaking rough, dude. I busted my butt on that video. It didn't get the amount of views that I hoped for. I had hoped for a lot more than that. It was a little disappointing that it only got like 5,000 views. I was hoping for maybe double that, but yeah, I'm glad it at least did well. But yeah, go watch that video. I'm working on another video essay now that will be more about like the far left video essayists and the bullcrap that they come out with. So yeah, she's telling her fans a random skull is some right-wing Nazi Totenschädel sign. I don't know what that is. Tom dances with the devil in the pale moonlight. I hope that's a good thing. Sorry about my ADHD today. Let's get back to it. Okay, let's get back.
You have to provide proof of that, like logs or something, right? That's really all you can do.
I think the coddling the feelings thing is what I'm so fucking adverse to.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
Like, I feel like I'd get away with being an asshole to Gideon or to Karantas. Ever. I feel like I can get away with just having them say something that I don't like about me and being a complete dry bitch back, and nobody's like worried about shit because it's them, and like they're saying shit and I'm saying shit, and then we can move past it and I'll be fine in like 5 minutes. I feel like if I go that hard, maybe with everyone else, that I don't know, I can't do that.
I don't care if she goes hard with me. I don't care about that. I care when she blocks me and like goes off about other stupid crap that, like, most of the time she's just wrong, and I think everybody can see that she's wrong, and so I just, like, it's not a problem for me. But yeah, if you're gonna block me and then continue talking crap about me on stream and crap like that, then yeah, that's a little frustrating.
Yeah, I mean, different people
Steven,
are...
you said you can't even tell when I'm joking or not.
Chaeiry.
Yeah, I have a really hard time telling when you're joking. Yes.
You know who you remind me of, Chaeiry?
Beyonce?
No, like a black Bad Bunny. You like for real? Like, you want me like 100%? Like, you're both aggro as hell. You both got no ass, and you both hate black people.
Oh, this is Darius.
Yep.
Yeah.
Darius.
Do you disagree with any of that?
I do, because I fucking love black people.
No, you don't. You literally, your husband's white, and you think Steven's sexually attractive. You have a white fetish. You hate black men.
You just don't know.
Oh,
that
and Kane.
wrong.
I'm sorry, and Kane, I think Kane is sexually attractive as well. That's literally like 3 for 3. Name one black man, besides a relevant sign of black, really. But like, name one black man you find attractive.
I don't know how to answer this. I don't know how to answer this without being cringe as fuck.
without being cringe as fuck, just say a black man.
No, you're literally like leading me to the BX bullet shit of I'm hooked up with black man. Like, no, I'm not about to do that.
You don't need to say you hooked up with a black man. Just say a black man's name, dude. Okay. It's literally okay.
Listen. My last stream, I literally thirsted over watching D'Angelo's music video from like 10 years ago. Okay, your girl does get wet off of glistening black skin. I will.
Oh my god, Bad Bunny did the exact same thing when she started naming off black people too, and you're like,
yeah,
oh yeah,
I'm doing it. I'm doing it because you think that I don't have the sexual attraction there.
You're a better version of Bad Bunny though. Seriously.
I'm not.
So
I'm not. Oh well, no, yeah, I am. Never mind. Yeah, thank you.
And okay, Bad Bunny was entertaining, low key, so don't worry about it. Like, it's fine. People find you funny. People like you. You get more viewers than like all the other orbiters. So don't worry about it. Just keep being you.
Aww.
Okay, thanks, Darius.
It's just. Okay.
Don't ever accuse me of not having jungle fever.
Jesus.
What am I supposed to do about the fact that my husband's white? Like.
Well, not that.
I'm sorry, what?
Not have a white husband.
He grew up in the ghetto. Am I allowed to do? No, that probably doesn't work. Okay, what was the article that you read? Because I felt like that, I got called sensitive a lot, so maybe I am a sensitive liberal woman. Do you think that could be possible? Or did your ADHD brain actually not pay attention to anything in that article? Because it did take you like, what, 5 hours to read it?
No.
Oh wait, you're playing a hard
Yeah.
game.
Yeah, she's married.
Hello?
Or she has a fiance or something like that.
Hello.
Hey, I missed the beginning of this conversation, but somebody came into my chat and told me that I was being talked about, so...
Yes.
Did you want to, like, kind of work things out, or...?
Yes, I am awake right now.
Okay.
I would like us to remember that I am neurodivergent, though.
Okay, fair.
I can't tell if she's joking when she says that. I seriously cannot tell if she's joking when she says that. I know that she's not joking about being neurodivergent. I'm saying I can't tell if she's joking when she says we need to keep in mind that I'm neurodivergent. Like, I don't. She's not. So, she gets like really upset if other people bring up that she's neurodivergent or that she or that they, yeah, if they like mention it as like a thing that she has trouble with, or a reason that like they'll like give her excuse, like when she does really stupid stuff and out of character things, they'll be like, I don't know, maybe it was her BPD that made her act that way. She freaks out, dude. How dare you bring up my mental illness as a reason for why I would act a certain way. It's like, what are you talking about? We get rated? No. Why? What? It's the chat, like the view numbers is the same. It's been around like 55 to 50 like for the whole night. Oh, it's at 48 now, but yeah. Other people mentioning it can feel dismissive sometimes. Sure, but you are also being dismissive when you bring it up in the same exact way that they're being dismissive. Like, what is the difference? How is their dismissiveness any difference from your dismissiveness in the way that you bring it up at the beginning of a conversation to say, hey, take into mind that I am neurodivergent? Like, what is the difference here? Like, maybe the times people mention her BPD or whatever, she doesn't see it as applying. Sure, maybe. But I don't think it's crazy that people would wonder that if they think she's acting out of character, right?
So I'm going to be real with you. I don't remember the exact thing that I said, whether I said that you hated me. I think I said that you were mad with me, but yeah.
It's over the, like, last week or two that I guess you're reacting to content that I'm in and you just tell your chat, yeah.
No, she has BPD.
Chaeiry still hates me. Like, I wish people who I actually don't like would stir shit with me.
Yeah. Okay, so I don't remember saying like specifically hate. I could have for sure. I may have been being hyperbolic or whatever, but I honestly I just you know, I just made it aware that like because people when I cover stuff with you in it, they'll be like, "Oh, you know, something Chaeiry," and I'll be like, "Oh, well, go talk to her about that because I think she's mad at me right now."
Stop that. Stop. I get your chatters that come to my chat asking me about it. Don't tell them to talk to me about it.
I mean,
I don't want to
they'll
talk
ask
to your
me-
chatters.
No, they'll not about like our confrontation. They'll ask me about like something in the drama with you, and I'll be like, I don't know.
Okay.
Like, yeah, like go talk to her about it because I don't know. Cause she's like, she seems kind of mad at me right now. And and to be fair, you like did block me on Twitter after like the thing. So
Yeah,
don't
I
know-
just
don't
unblocked you
know
today
how-
because I realized that probably
Yeah.
feels bad. I forget who I
Well,
block. I'm
yeah,
very block
so
happy.
That's fine. Here's the thing: like when I said what I said about the Connor situation, it wasn't just that you reacted badly to it; it was that you blocked me on Twitter. I don't know how I'm supposed to not take that as you being mad at me.
Damn.
No, if I point out to you that I don't like what you said, and then your response to your chat is, she's being sensitive, or she seems emotional, or I think Chaeiry's going through something, like, yeah, I'm just gonna block you. Just, I don't know, if
Did
you
I
have
say-
like
I
a
mean,
criticism, have a
yeah.
criticism. Don't look at me pointing out your criticism is bullshit and be like, oh, Chaeiry's having an emotional one. Like, why even criticize me then?
I don't. So I made that same criticism of like multiple people in that call, and I know it felt.
No,
like
you
I was
didn't.
singling
Even the next day, you had to apologize that the only person you criticized was me. This is what I'm talking about when it feels like there's so much cap afterwards.
When I tweeted, I was like, okay, it seems like it may have seemed like when I was talking about this that I was specifically singling Chaeiry out. And of
No,
course,
not
that
what
would
it
feel
seems
bad.
like. Is
Yeah.
what was it actually? And it was actually you like only criticizing me. That's
But
the problem.
I criticized other people. I did name you for sure, but in that stream, and that's a long stream, I did criticize other people for the exact same thing. I just didn't name them by name.
Okay, I can't do anything with your version of the events.
So
Okay.
sure thing, I will acknowledge that you were the one person that I named, as opposed to other people. I may have not named them. I may have just said like. I
Thank
think
you. That's
other
literally
people...
the fucking problem. Is that you
Okay,
have this stream that you didn't even pay attention to the part where I was good faith, which is already hard. I'm going against the grain as being, I am a nice person. I am. I'm going against the grain, and you missed the part where I'm nice. That's really important for me. I'm hanging by a thread off of that fucking moment, and the only moment you focus in on is the part where I'm not being nice, and I'm the only one that you fucking name drop. So I do have a problem.
Chaeiry, I like you being oppositional. I like you being confrontational. That's one of my
Good, because
favorite
I
parts of
don't
you.
know how to stop it.
That's fine. I like that part of you. That's one of my favorite
Okay.
parts of you. One of my favorite parts of you is how confrontational you are, and how for lack of a better word of saying, like, bitchy you are unapologetically. I wish I could be that bitchy unapologetically. I like that about you. That doesn't mean I even said in that same stream where I said, oh, I think I think that it was unnecessary for her, to come in here. Which, by the way, I found out later that everybody was already in the call. It wasn't just people joining, but. To the way that it looked to me in the moment, it looked like people were joining just to dunk, right? And I was wrong about that. But again, where was I going with this?
Skipping over the part that I really need.
No, but again, Chaeiry, I said in that same fucking stream, later on in that stream, that I like Chaeiry, I'm friends with Chaeiry, and you know what, I think she contributes sometimes in a really good way.
That's what I'm talking about.
Oh my god. In other streams, I've said, oh, I think Chaeiry contributed really well in here. I will compliment you all the fucking time, Chaeiry, just because I say one thing one time that you disagree with, which is fine, you can disagree with me, doesn't mean you need to block me on Twitter and I don't know, cut me off from everything, when you're like one of the closer friends that I have.
No, stop doing that. We're not closer friends. What is this? I don't like it. I don't like it. You're doing this on purpose.
This is what I was talking about when I talked to Stardust about this, where I'm saying, like, you thinking somebody is your close friend, like, it's really weird for them to turn around and say, no, you can't call me your close friend. Like, I can feel like whoever I want is my friend. Like, if I feel like I've had some sort of connection with somebody and I feel a bond with them, I can feel like they're my friend if I want to. I can feel like we're best friends. I can feel like we're super duper. Excuse me. Super duper close friends if I want. Like, you can't tell me that we're not friends. You can't say, well, no, you can't think of me as your friend. That's ridiculous, okay? That is insane, and it's really weird that she continues telling other people that you can't call me your friend. We're not friends, right? She's done this numerous times with numerous people. Tom, you are my super duper friend. You're my super duper friend too. Tom, you're one of my closest friends, and it's only been 3 days. Well, that's good. Tom would never say this to Stardust. I literally, wait, I said this to Stardust. What? What are you talking about? Right now, I'm repeating the words that I said to Stardust. Um, and I was, like I was mentioning, so I jumped into Chaeiry's chat one day and just said, "What's up, homie?" And she goes, "What are you doing? What is wrong with you?" And I was like, "What happened?" She's like, "You think because I'm black and I'm listening to rap music on stream, you can just say, 'What's up, homie?' to me?" I was like, "What? What are you talking about? What? That has nothing to do with anything." She's like, I don't know why you act like we're so close, dude. This is weird. It's really cringe when people act like we're such close friends. I was like, what? What are you talking? This is just how I talk, Chaeiry. Like, I don't know what's wrong with you. Like, this is just like I literally say, "What's up, fools? What's up, homies?" Like everywhere I go. She's like, "Well, you weren't talking like that in your Balenciaga video essay the other day," and I was like, "Chaeiry, I literally opened it up with 'What's up, fools?' Like that's the first word that I say in there. I probably say homies like 5 times in that video." She's like, "Whatever. You need to stop acting like we're so close. If you're gonna call me homie and crap like that, like it's really cringe. I think you're trying to act all cool with me right now, and I'm not having it." And she blocked me, and I was like, "What? Whatever, dude. Whatever." I was pissed. I left, and I was just like, "Okay, I'm just gonna go watch somebody else, and I'm just gonna chill out." And then people start sending me DMs like, "Bro, she's like going off about you on stream right now, saying that you did all of that trying to farm her and you're trying to like make her mad so that you can clip it and post it all over the place and all this stuff." Like, what the hell, dude? I don't understand. Like, this is all I said was, "What's up, homie?" That's it. I've said, "What's up, homie?" every time I've ever gone into her chat. Like, that's what I always say. Every chat ever, go ask somebody. Go ask somebody that you watch. Go say, "Hey, check Tom's logs real quick. See what he says." Like, and you'll always see a bunch of "What's up, homies" in there. They will all say that because that's just what I say. And this was like maybe this is when I came out with the Balenciaga video, okay? So that was in January. Today, I'm still banned. So yeah. Tom failed the vibe check. Well, it's this is what I'm saying. It's just weird. Like, it's weird. Like I said, I've known her for years. We've talked a bunch for years. Like she didn't block me anywhere else, so I guess it wasn't that big of a deal to her. But she didn't unblock me afterwards or unban me. Like, she still follows me on Twitter. We've met in person. She's like hit me up saying like, "Hey, I'm coming to town. Let's have dinner. Or, like, let's go to lunch." 2 or 3 different times. Like yeah, we've talked a million times. Like, this is weird. Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, when people would say like, "Oh, okay, like, yeah, we're friends." Maybe not close friends, but I probably would have called her my friend. Been like, "Yeah, I'm friends with Chaeiry." Like, I probably would have said that. But then me just calling her homie is me acting like I'm too close to her, or like we're too good of friends, and like it doesn't make sense to me. And I agree with Stardust where she says, like, I like this part of her. Like, I like that she, like, does this. I like how confrontational she is. I like all of that. I agree. It pissed me off in the moment, but I thought about it and I was like, yeah, this is what I like about her. If she didn't ban me and I could have, like, kept interacting with her, I would have had fun with it. It would have been fun. But to just ban me and to where, like, yeah, I can't actually say anything back is freaking it's frustrating. And then yeah, for that to still be the case like 3 months later, I, I can't tell you like what I don't know. I don't know what the hell. I have no clue what the hell happened there or what that was all about. It like yeah, and she's done this maybe twice where like another time she posted something on Twitter about like, you know, her all of her fans like joining her OnlyFans and or something like that, and I said something like I said like, you know, the simp train is on its way or some bullcrap like that. And it was a direct quote of something Destiny had said about Chaeiry. So I was just posting a meme, and she went off about like how I'm being bigoted towards women and I'm being sexist and no man can follow a girl without being a simp and all of this stuff. And I was like, dude, I don't know what I don't get it. Like, it's freaking, I just repeated what Destiny said. Like, you were there. Like, I don't know. She's like, I don't watch everything Destiny says and I don't care. And
Who told her? Who told her?
the only 2 times that we've had like any issues, but yeah, I don't know. I don't get it sometimes.
That this fucking triggers me. This is fucked up.
Okay,
All of
I'm
you.
sorry. I didn't mean to trigger you, but we met in person. So from my perspective, as somebody, you are one of the few other.
There is someone that I met in person longer than you, and they went on to tweet that I was not on my medication. That motherfucker doesn't know me.
And I thought that guy
Stop
was
it.
fucking stupid. I thought that guy was fucking stupid.
Yeah.
But
So
again,
also, what you're saying is fucking stupid by that same logic.
Right. That's not it. That's not the end of it. It's not that I just met you. It's like you like I don't make friends with a lot of other streamers. You are one of the few streamers that I communicated with in DMs frequently by
No, it's not frequent. What are you talking about?
I don't know. By my estimation, it felt frequent. Maybe I'm
the time where you were reacting to that stream, we hadn't talked in DMs for like months. The last thing I told you to do was to stop gassing me up. Don't message me. That's what I told you. How did you think that we're close friends?
I still thought that we were like, I still thought that we were friends. I don't know. That's the way that I operate.
So this is what's frustrating to me because I want us to be able to interact, to be able to whatever, do content, stuff like that. I don't know what to do when you, maybe in your head, I don't know if it's in your head, that's fine. I'm also crazy. If you've thought up in your mind that we are really close friends, I don't know what to do with that. Besides publicly being an asshole and saying, no, the fuck we're not.
I'm the same person on stream as I am off stream. I talk the same way. I'm not like playing a character or anything. So if I spend a lot of time with people on stream, it's just like I would spend a lot of time with them in the real world. Like the way that I'm talking to them, the way that I interact with them, the way that the information that I give them, like it's all the same. There's no difference. I don't know, like maybe other people are playing a character or there's like some massive separation between the two. But for me, I'm not playing a character. I'm just the same person one way or the other. So if I'm spending time with you on the internet, we're talking, we're sharing information about each other, and we're learning about one another, and we're getting along and all this other crap. Like, yeah, to me, like we're building a friendship, we're building some sort of bond there. If you're a completely different person and you're playing a freaking character, you should probably let people know that. That's how I feel. I don't know.
That's fine.
Do you understand like the weird situation I'm in?
But actually, I've heard Chaeiry go off about like, I don't like it when people, you know, are one person on stream and a completely different person off stream. So like, if that's the case, then like, why is doing content so different from not doing content? I don't get it.
That's not helping people not view me as a bitch.
Chaeiry, there's nothing wrong with being a bitch. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. Like, secondly,
okay, there is something wrong because, I also like want to talk to Brianna Wu eventually, and I'm really trying to temper myself there. I've already sent her photos of my ass via Twitter, and yeah, there are certain people that I have to rein it in with. But then I feel like when I have an interaction like this, those people are gonna be like, oh nah, I can't be fucking with that girl. She's gonna spaz the fuck out or something.
But
it's because you bring the worst out of me, Star, and I don't mind that. This is fun, but I think these moments can hurt me later on.
Okay, I will vouch for you if you need me to vouch for you if you want to talk to somebody, but I think that from my perspective, you're like one of the few streamers that I would talk to, and I know for you it's not a frequent basis. For me, it felt like a frequent basis, but fine, right? I'm the type of person where I don't need to contact somebody frequently to be friends with them, to consider them a friend. So if that's not the way that you view this, like, you know, whatever we have, that's fine. You know, I considered you a friend, but it doesn't need to be that way. However, like, I still think me saying that, like, oh, I think she's upset with me, I think she might be mad with me right now, or she's still mad at me, is not like that. It's not even me character assassinating you. It's just me stating what seems to be a fact to me.
Yeah, if you guys missed it, I went on and talked to Stardust earlier about this, and we had a conversation. Like, I agree with everything she's saying for the most part. I think a lot of what she was like, I think one of the things that I mentioned is that I thought that she was really bad faith in the way that she characterized Chaeiry's issue with her after the call. But she said, she was like, yeah, you're right. Like, I was just really heated at the time, and I think I was just kind of all over the place. But for the most part, like, I agree with, like, the issues that Stardust has. And Stardust, during her stream, she went over this and just went off. Like, she was like, you know what? F her. I don't want to be her friend anyways. She's a bitch. Like, just going off. Like, I stand by all my criticism. Screw her then. Like, you know, just, she just went off and was perfectly happy. Was perfectly happy, you know, ending things there. So, is Ayala an actual sex worker? So, I don't know. I don't know, like, what her real name is, or what, because I think I've looked it up before, and I just don't see. Oh, yeah, there she is. Adult star. Okay, yeah, this is her as well. But she's like a data analyst now, so I think she used to be. This is from the New York Post. Adult star turned. Freaking crap, dude. Get the ads out of the way. Adult star turned data scientist. I had more sex than showers in 2022. Based. She was probably too busy getting busy. Popular adult entertainer turned data scientist shared a shocking self-admission about her hygiene, causing debate to bubble up on social media. The mononymous Ayala, once OnlyFans top-grossing star with a reported monthly income of $100,000, told her 130,000 followers on Twitter that she only showered 37 times last year. What? In my 2022 in stats, tweeted Ayala Sunday, and some number how many times I blanked this year. By her own account, Ayala engages in about twice the amount of sex as she did showers, with 63 encounters last year. In fact, she did a lot of other things, more than bathing last year. Went outside 222 times, socialized 165 times, drank alcohol 118 times, took Adderall 126 times. Whoa! Pooped 194 times. Wow. Had sex 63 times. Cried 59 times. Activities that fell below showering on the sex experts list included the amount of times she'd consumed various drugs, traveled, exercised, workout, and felt ill. If you guys haven't seen her conversation with Mr. Girl, it is a strange one. It is a very odd conversation.
Most importantly of all, I will make the following radical suggestions. Streamers are all clout demons with no talent, skills, or anything to be proud of, especially Chud Logic. I will be releasing a full streamer manifesto soon. Maybe it's half written. In fact, every person that has ever fucked you over has been a streamer. You made that Reddit post earlier. It's not friends you need to swear off, it's streamers. When has Dan ever fucked you over? Not a streamer, so he didn't. When has Lycan ever fucked you over? Not a streamer, so he didn't. When has Pisco ever fucked you over? Not a streamer, so he didn't. I bet all of those people have real life careers too. Has Dr. Avi ever fucked you over? Nope. He's the only
Yeah, he made her cry. Yeah.
one from the Ask Yourself universe that has, to my knowledge, been good faith. ABBA? Nope, he's a YouTuber. They are slightly better DNA-wise. Chaeiry and Stardust tried to cook up a Me Too against Max. Don't sugarcoat it. They literally tried. They are streamer dogs. They are scum. They tried to backstab Max. Now Max is trying to backstab you. If you surround yourself with streamers, they will always make you look like the odd guy out. From the bird's eye POV, it will always seem like you are the guy with the problem. Instead of you and
Destiny banned you from the subreddit. He banned Arian as well.
that, if you surround yourself with
And Cake banned my sister because of a video that I did about him.
streamers, then you will look like a normal person just like them. There's like 3 more paragraphs to this email. Jesus. I propose the following change. Change your Discord rules so that only non-streamers can enter the call to speak with you. Only non-streamers can orbit you. So Dan, Pisco, Abba, Lycan, etc. These types of non-streamers will be allowed. But Chud Logic, Chaeiry, Stardust, or anyone who streams is no longer allowed anywhere near the stream and just completely blacklisted from orbit. At least try this for 1 month and see what happens. Pixie doesn't stream, right? Oh my god, I just checked her Twitter, not a single Twitch TV link, and her Twitch profile does not have any past broadcast. Actual non-streamer person who hasn't fucked you over for years. My theory holds. Tough luck to Erudite. She's gonna have to drop the streaming act if she wants to stay in orbit. Oh, and another word of advice. Software engineers aren't engineers, they are fucking losers. Might as well call North Korea democracy because the name is Democratic People's Republic of Korea.
Based. It's all true. It's all very true. Wait, where did the... Wait, did I just X out of the... No. Okay, here we go.
And I feel like I also have to point out, because some people are saying that it's mean, that I wouldn't consider a connection to be a friendship. I'm now discovering that some people think that you're close friends with Richard Spencer and shit. Like, I don't want to be your, like, one black friend to protect you from, like, being viewed as, like, a Nazi or alt-right, because I don't know this shit.
See? Destiny just told her that, dude. Destiny just freaking told her that. That had nothing to do with any of her analysis before this. And now she's post-hoc justifying this. Even though, like, she didn't know this when all of this blew up.
I'm not even friends with Richard Spencer. Like, I'm friendly towards him, right? But I'm not friends with him.
Okay, but it feels like sometimes people could use being able to say that I'm friends with them in a certain way that I did not consent to. But maybe I'm being fucking, I don't know, autistic, I don't know.
Yeah, you don't have to consent for somebody else to call you their friend. Chaeiry's actually my best friend. I don't know if I've told you guys this before, actually. She's actually my best friend. We are so close.
Yeah, somebody's saying that I remember in one stream you repeatedly correcting someone that you didn't have issues with her, you didn't hate her, but that she was mad at you. I think, yeah, I've been pretty specific in that. Every time I've brought, any time that you've come up, Chaeiry. Like, I brought up that I don't have issues with you.
Yeah, I always bring up that we're best friends.
Understand that from your point of view. I understand. I understand. I understand.
Question 2, question mark, tomfoolery. True.
Do you?
I understand. Your chat's making say I'm too sensitive. Bruh, when was it so bad to have emotions?
True. It's the age of the Giga Chad. That's what
Age of the Giga
philosopher
Chad.
Chud Logic has said.
I'm fine being soy. I'm actually really in touch with my emotions and my feelings. The problem is, I think I'm just a more masculine.
She realized you were a sleeper Chad. Yes, she only lets betas get close.
Person, so I think the feeling that I get in touch with more so than not is anger.
Thanks.
Oh, what the heck, dude? Oh, damn, dude. That's what the hell, bro? Maybe the Muslims are onto something with the female circumcision. Women obviously can't deal with the natural sex life. Oh my goodness, bro. Whoa. Oh my goodness, dude. Yikes.
Okay, then if we're cool, then you know, or I mean, not cool, but like you know, like I don't know, what, you know, like again, I've said over and over again, I have no problems with you, but like I don't know what you want me to do in this situation.
Nothing.
Okay.
What I don't want is you tell people that like you fairly criticized everyone on that video. Like, no, the fuck you didn't.
I'm not even saying. I'm not.
We
even
acknowledged
saying
I was the only one you named. It took a long time to get you to acknowledge that.
No,
and that your reaction to me pointing that out was to call me emotional and sensitive. I don't know how to fight with you if you're not going to be honest.
The next day I tweeted and I said, "Oh, I'm sorry for naming her individually, but what I really meant was this."
Exactly. You acknowledged it, but when we're talking these past 2 days, all of a sudden you've got amnesia. You don't know that's what you did.
I don't have amnesia.
You do. It took me how long to get you to admit that? It took me how long, Star?
I still mean exactly what I said I meant when I first tweeted that out. That yes, I may have named you individually, but I had that criticism for everybody in that call. And I'm not saying you have to agree with my criticism, but I've held that same fucking opinion.
I don't care about your criticism so long as we agree with the reality of the events. That's it.
Yeah, that's fine. I tweeted out the next day, Chaeiry. I tweeted out the next fucking day. Me saying.
Yeah, that was after I was done with you, after you told your stream that I was emotional and I'm probably just going through it.
Me fucking clarifying what I actually meant is not me.
You mean you fixing, just dismissing me for my emotions? Yeah, okay.
Did you watch the stream? Because in that same stream, I said
did.
that I liked
that's why
you.
I've never engaged with it again.
I said that you have moments where you do engage and I think you are contributing. Like I think this is bullshit. You're just getting upset over one part of
I am not upset. Can you stop saying that again?
I am not upset. Will you stop saying that? It's so good, dude. I love this place.
I'm not upset. I'm not a mean person.
I didn't say you were a mean person, but you know you shouldn't feel bad.
No, but you saying upset just because we disagree, like shut the fuck up. It's not being upset to disagree with you.
You blocked me. You had me blocked for like 2 fucking months when other people criticize you.
I block people when they tell me I'm silver in League of Legends. I block people when they post a picture of a plank of wood and compare it to my ass.
Okay.
I block people when they say "What's up, homie?"
Other content creators in this space will criticize you. You'll get mad at them, but then you'll be fine with them like a couple days later. I don't know what the fuck happened with you and me that made what I did was such a fucking
because I felt like you were
crime.
I felt like you were levels of just like not being honest about having a problem with me that I don't fucking know how to engage with without doing this corny ass shit.
I don't have a fucking problem with you. I had one criticism in comparison to the massive amount.
But you have a criticism that you've never even like harped on. You like in response to me pointing out the no, I'm not. Okay, I'm gonna be done. I'm gonna be done yelling. I'm gonna be done yelling. I'm just gonna need you to let me. I'm just gonna need you to let me engage with it. Just let me fucking get to it. Oh my god, I don't have a problem if you have a problem with me, but I feel like you should really have to qualify it. And when the moment that I try to get you to qualify it, you go, okay, I admit you're the only person I named. You do know that you slept through my good faith parts. Like, what am I supposed to do with that? All you're saying in response to having a criticism of me is the fact that I blocked you afterwards. How about you go back and justify the fucking criticism, or take it back and admit that, like, okay, I got mad at you for being full shit.
I fucking clarified, right? I clarified the next day that yes, I may have named you specifically, but I had that criticism for everybody involved in that call, right?
Again, when you just named me specifically, I'm right to say, what the fuck?
Yeah, when I talked to Stardust about this, I asked her, and I was like, it's fair for her to feel like you're singling her out, right? She's like, well, no, I'm not a robot who's just going to say the same thing each and every time it happens. And I was like, yeah, sure, but you might want to qualify your statements. Like, you're not a robot, but obviously you just saying it about her is going to make her feel like you only mean it about her. There's no way for anybody else to know that you think this about everybody else. And if you don't say it about everybody else, and then later when people get mad, then you're like, oh, I think that about everybody. It probably sounds like you're just like post hoc changing your stance.
Sure, and that's fine.
Is it fine? Because even when we were looking back at like how you explained it to Dan.
Qualifying your statements? Do you even a robot? Do you even a robot, bro?
You're like, oh, Chaeiry's mad because like I criticized her like so slightly, and oh my god, some people are so sensitive.
Yeah,
and,
well, I mean, it seems
like how fucking fair is that, Star?
It did
That's
seem
like
to me,
Weasley fucking shit.
But it's a really, really fucking small criticism in the grand comparison.
Exactly, it's so fucking small. So why can't you just be honest about it? Why can't you just actually do the criticism and not do the rewrite history thing afterwards? Like that's not fucking fun to engage with. I am not Steven. I don't like dealing with women who loop. Just say the thing.
I don't think I'm the one looping here.
No, you are, because you keep going from like, oh, I have this criticism of you, and then you're sensitive. Oh, but you're not sensitive. But I want to criticize you. But like this whole time, nobody knows what the fuck the criticism is. That's the loop.
I had one thing, which is I think that there were too many people getting involved in that conversation. But again, I didn't even realize that people were not joining the call, that people were already in the call until after.
But then you're saying that I can't handle criticism, but your criticism of calling me out was fucking bullshit. Yes or no? If you've taken it all back, was it bullshit or not?
I have not taken it back.
Okay, so what's the criticism?
The criticism is that
of me.
A lot of people.
No, not people. Me.
Again, I am still clarifying, right? I may have named you specifically, but and you know what? That's fine. Like that.
Oh, am I too loud?
That's it. I don't think so.
Okay. Okay.
I may have named you specifically, but that criticism was for everybody in that call, and that is one thing I will own up to is the naming.
Okay, so then it's bullshit to name me specifically. Like I don't understand how you can acknowledge fault, but then also like nothing wrong happened. Like, are we like copying and pasting Lav, but just on like slightly more
She's
tolerable
asking you
levels?
why you named Chaeiry at all, and not just like why did you name Chaeiry specifically, right? Like it's not just about the fact that you meant all these other people as well.
I don't know why I named her specifically. I think it just happened in the moment.
I think I would really.
So you don't have any criticism of her at all?
I'm sorry, what?
You don't have any criticism of her at all, like specifically?
I find the same criticism that I had for her for everybody else in that call.
Okay, so in what ways did she do that? That's what she's asking for. I don't like.
I just
It's
think
very
that
obvious.
there were, I think that there were moments where people were interjecting, and it wasn't really necessary.
No,
And I'm
not people.
saying-
Chaeiry specifically,
and also,
not people.
And please don't say the whole entire thing, because the moment that you like zoned in on me, which you're dramatic, pull the mic closer and let me say it again for my chat. You did that the first time I said something. The first time I hadn't even laughed at his trauma yet. Like that's when you said Chaeiry's not helping.
Yeah, I
like can you have to acknowledge the amount of, it sounds like you just got a fucking problem, but then you never address it. This is what is so fucking annoying. I don't mind if you have a problem with me, but I should be able to find out what the fuck the problem is without the backhanded, slighted shade and like amnesia and looping and shit like that.
Okay, yes, I maybe shouldn't have named you specifically in that, and I didn't realize that was like that dramatic. I didn't realize it. But I still will hold the same, I thought that to me, what it seemed like was that you, as well as other people, not just you, and I shouldn't have just named you.
Okay, but I don't want this. This is your.
She's asking when did she do that, dude?
No. Stop. Star, do you understand what the fuck you're doing here?
Okay. What the hell, dude? All right, I'm leaking this DM. Yeah, I'm leaking this DM. This is freaking. Yeah. Okay. This guy just sent this to me, and I just finished reading it, and okay. Here we go. All right. It says, Tom, I just heard the weirdest, funniest story about my brother-in-law. He was at his wife's parents', and then out of nowhere, he comes up to both parents and says, name, can I have a glove because I just took a big shit and it won't go down, so I need a glove so I can squish it so it goes down. That's some shit I would have taken to my grave instead of telling my in-laws after being married for only 4 months. Now we call him Clogzilla. I don't want to know what happens at this house. Who was that? I don't know. I have no idea who that was. LL sounds like a poop fork scenario. There was a guy who I was in prison with who was county with, who was super constipated and literally used a spork to like dig stuff out of his butthole because he was too constipated. Shitty situation. Nice. My ex once shot the bed when I was at work. He asked me to clean it up when I got home, but when I went to go do it, it was already clean. My mom must have found it. We never discussed it. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's so awkward, dude. I don't know who this person is. I have no clue why they sent that to me. Apparently they're in my server, so I don't know. You guys just randomly send me stuff like this. I'm just gonna read it on stream, okay? I don't know what to do with that. Okay. That's yeah.
I don't.
You're not having a conversation with me. You're not arguing with me. You're doing some fucking PR shit. You're writing your narrative. Like, that's all you're doing. You're worrying about your image. That's why you're not actually engaging with me. Otherwise, you would be talking about me specifically and stop talking about everyone else that you also want to include in it and make yourself seem fair.
That stream was so long ago, I don't remember the specific details of like what happened in the
Then what are you
conversation.
then what are you hard defending? You should then from the start be like, I don't really remember what happened.
Well, no, I mean, I still, like, I remember that how I felt in the moment. I remember that I didn't mean it specifically just for you. I meant it for everybody in the call. But yeah, I don't remember the specific details of a conversation that I wasn't intimately involved with.
Then why are you hard defending like what you? I don't understand. It can't be everything. It can't be everything. This feels like lab. I'm actually gonna get no, I'm fine. But still, it's.
What I'm defending is like, you know, the way that I felt, right? I'm not saying anything other than that, right? I'm just clarifying the way that I felt about the situation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Anything else?
Not really. Anything else?
Do you feel like you got to resolve this conflict, Chaeiry?
Do you think that I feel like I've resolved this conflict?
Nope.
Steven? Gotcha.
Steven?
But how did I do? Do you think I sounded too mean? I feel like I don't think it's that bad.
You sound really mad right now. And when you sound mad, you sound mean. I mean, I do the same, but...
What the hell, dude?
I personally don't think you sound mean. But...
Yeah, you do.
No, I don't. I really don't. I really don't. But also, I'm somebody who like doesn't think anybody's being mean to me ever. So
That's like it. Yeah, you just made it a meaningless statement. Then, like, oh, I actually think you're really good looking. I think you are. I think you're a really good looking person. But also, I think everybody is a really good looking person. What? What a backhanded compliment, dude.
Yeah, like even
Okay,
Nazis,
hold on. I'm not trying to miss the girl. Hold on, hold on.
Coming from you.
Yeah, exactly. Hold on. Yeah, you just did the thing that Chaeiry complained about. I said she sounds mean because I think she sounds mean. It sounds like she's trying to solicit feedback for how she comes off to people. And then you say, well, I don't think you sound mean, which is kind of like a reassuring thing. But then you immediately completely destroy that reassurance by saying, but I don't think anybody ever sounds mean. Well, in that case, why would you enter your opinion into whether or not she
yeah,
sounds
I suppose
mean?
yeah, you're right. I shouldn't
face the
have
wall. Gun.
So, the funny thing after this is, like, Stardust, so they all start talking about something completely different, like totally different, and they're way off into a completely different conversation for about 20 minutes. 20 minutes, and Stardust is just sitting there silent the entire time, doesn't say a word. I'm watching it on her stream. She didn't say a word. And then out of nowhere, 20 minutes later, in the middle of their conversation, was just like, yeah, but Chaeiry, I just don't understand why you would get so upset. And Chaeiry just hangs up, just like that. Just like she's in the middle of a conversation. It's just click. Let me see if I can find it. Because it was very awkward. It was very, very awkward.
A screwdriver and a wrench in your hand
Mm-hmm.
to click on. Yes, because.
Try to walk on eggshells. Let me see what it was. Really? Over being named?
Oh my god. He's like so performative. It's... Yeah, it's just annoying to deal with.
All right. Well, I'm gonna head out. Just wanted to ask you about that. Stardust, Mindwave's good to chat with you. Steven, I guess I'll see you next week. You guys have a good day.
I don't know. Let's hear him out.
What up, Scribble? How's it going, buddy?
Sounds like he doesn't know he's in here.
I say that the value that he finds is to be more optically like effective. That he's going to be criticized if he only does his extremist rhetoric, and that he's only jumped on board with that since getting labeled extremist. And that his interactions with electoralism is very minor.
That's right. They're having a conversation about whether or not Vosh believes in electoralism for like 20 minutes.
Sure, but I don't
so
see
good.
him being like hyper anti-electoralism. That's not like a position I get from him.
Okay. What do you think about that, Chaeiry? Is he hyper anti-electoralism?
I mean, I'm pulling off of like the clips that I've seen, but like when he engages with somebody who is criticizing him for his rhetoric and talking about electoralism, and he's like, the 2024 election is already decided, it's going to be a coin flip. Like, I don't know how that's believing in electoralism. That's some like.
What do you think he
like
meant when he said
everything's
that?
already decided? That it sounds like he doesn't fucking believe in democracy. Like, I don't know what it just definitely doesn't sound like somebody who feels like they need to advocate for voting.
If we're
and
being
canvassing
charitable,
and all of that shit.
If we're being charitable, I think what he means is that, well, the two sides.
I think both of them were wrong. Like, so Vosh believes in electoralism, but when he talks about Republicans, it can come off as you thought I was British. Yeah. When he talks about Republicans, it can come off as though he's anti-electoralism because he thinks Republicans are so anti-democracy that they literally ruin democracy in the United States, and they make it impossible for anybody else to engage in democracy. But he actually believes that like Democrats can go out and vote so much and so overwhelmingly to the point where they can't stop them.
Sides of electoral politics seem to have already sort of chosen their camps, and in a big degree, I mean, depending on what the Republican does as far as Donald Trump versus DeSantis or whatever, probably has minimal impact on the outcome of the election in his opinion, right? He doesn't see much changing in that, like who's going to be involved in the elections, or
Wait.
Well, like he was against the Bernie or Busters, right? Like he thought Bernie or Bust was stupid. So
Hold on. The year is 2023. He
Mhm.
aligns himself with a pact that is involved in canvassing to get people out to vote because they find electoralism.
wish I had clips. I don't, but I've heard Voosh in the past say flat out that electoralism has failed. Yes, he has. But that doesn't he still believes that we can still win. He just thinks that it's like somewhat leaning in Republicans' favor.
To be part of incremental change to push the progressive agenda to combat the idea that he's just an extremist that wants a revolution. This person says in the year 2023 that actually it was last year that he said the election in 2024 is already decided and it's a coin toss. Like, where are you finding the charitability there?
I just don't see that statement as being like anti-electoral politics at all.
What did you see it as being then? Specify.
Skeptical about like how much of a difference in like how much the electoral will of the people is going to sway either way come 2024.
And why would somebody who is skeptical like that
Participate.
jump onto a political pact that does nothing but Like their goal is to canvass to help affect electoralism.
At the state or the federal level?
All. We were in Wisconsin on the state level, but they
Well,
will be
there's a
participating
big
in a
difference
federal
between
level. There's
thinking
not.
that the federal election is going to be a coin toss and like saying that like it's not even worth
No.
it to get involved in state politics. That's a huge difference in opinion.
No, it's not. The whole point of Wisconsin was to help change the Supreme Court there to protect the state from getting turned over in a federal election. It like the local can help affect the federal.
Yeah, but it's
That's
not
why we want
like
to start at the local.
but it's not solely
back one
for
second.
the federal election, right? Like the state. I feel like you're discounting the importance of state politics in that scenario.
I have no idea. I'm confused
About what?
about what you're arguing about.
I just feel like you're being hyper uncharitable and taking the worst interpretation because we all just don't like Vosh.
Well, the thing is, I've already acknowledged that I could be making too much out of somebody who could be a good advocate, and that maybe there's a more positive way to try to get more of an effort from him and maybe less extremist rhetoric. But I'm not gonna like pretend like what he says is there's some like logical reason why he should be saying that.
I don't know. I'm not sure where the disconnect is, to be honest. But I don't know. Maybe I am autistic, like chat's saying. So
Oh my god, everything can't be autism.
no, everything is autism.
Everything is autism.
You know, I'm still like, to be real with you, I'm just like, I'm so surprised that like me naming you is enough to like make you that upset.
Oh, we're looping.
I don't know. I just don't understand it. I just feel like, oh, she left. Okay.
Why did you bring that up out of nowhere, Stardust?
I don't know. I was like pondering on it, and I'm like, I don't know. It still doesn't make sense.
It's so long after. Dude, it's so long after. It was so weird. It was just so long after, and she says it not like, okay, can I go back to this real quick? I'm sorry, but like I'm still a bit confused. She doesn't start off that way. She starts off like they're still in the middle of it, and she's just picking right back up where they left off. It's so weird, dude. Just doing a little thinking. Yeah. I mean, look, I understand her still wanting to like finish it and talk it out. Like I understand that part, but the way she did it was like, you know, like I said, like she could have started that off by saying like, look, okay, I'm sorry. I don't feel like we finished this. Like I would still like to finish discussing this topic or something like that. But that's not what she did. So yeah, it just came off really odd. Okay. I wanted to watch the Matt Taibbi interview, but it's getting a bit late. This is the most ADHD stream I have ever had. SAS, do not even try timestamping this. I would timestamp two things: when I talk to Stardust and when I cover this video. That's it. I've started to cover this video 4 different times, so just do the last one. This is by far the most ADHD stream that has ever existed. You think other ones are bad? Don't even. There's no competition here, dude. This is by far the most ADHD stream of all time. A type of abuse, but so that is what happened. Like you can see, it's here. This is at 3 hours, and then it's here 3:30, and just never got through it. Wait, what? It is a
Felt about that. I know that she was more distant after that, but I don't know what she felt. So I didn't feel any type of way about that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Country.
And we watched this video. We did get through this. Well, most of it. I think we got like 35 minutes into a 45-minute video, but there were a lot of pauses there. From Eudaimonia Esquire. Then we went through some tomfoolery lore, caught everybody up on the old memes, the new old memes, and then we started this again for the third time. So yeah, we were all over the place today.
However, Trainwreck's had a nuke ready to go. Someone could have sent Destiny an email about it. Perhaps someone who might be involved, but that's okay. But that seems so retarded to me. Someone give me a TLDR. Come on, man. What is this?
Yeah, this was the tweet that started all of it from Chaeiry earlier. She posted, "When you're no longer a streamer and Stardust realizes she has to make new friends for content, if she followed the convo of my argument and Connor/Tay's lies at all, she would have never said this. Lil Sis is spiteful." And this is just the clip of Stardust saying that she didn't like the way that Chaeiry was picking on Connor. I also didn't like the way that Chaeiry was picking on Connor, and I thought that she went above and beyond everybody else. At the time, I can't remember it very well, but I do remember I had 2 different conversations with 2 other people who were in that call in private VCs. We had conversations about it, and they also said, no, I didn't think that. They were saying like, oh, I thought Chaeiry was just doing what everybody else was doing. I don't understand why she's getting more backlash. And then we had a conversation and we went over some of the clips, and then they were like, okay, now I can understand. That makes sense. But yeah, there were a lot of people who thought that it was weird that Chaeiry was getting more backlash. And so yeah, I was like, I don't think it's weird at all, actually. But I don't remember exactly what it was. There was one claim that specifically like about like Connor's dead partner or something like that. That was just super bad.
I'm going to be honest with you. This is cope. This is complete cope. This is OTK riding cope. Adriana Lee has 0 damages. She will get nothing, and OTK will laugh as they counter sue for the penny she has left. Wait, is there like a narrative that Crazy Slick did nothing wrong? So.
Okay. Oh, by the way, I missed yesterday's stream where you were discussing the Katie stuff. Don't you think you were a bit too charitable to her? I mean, we had Katie on yesterday as well. So you might want to watch it. If you missed yesterday's stream, you should probably watch yesterday's stream. I had somewhat of a heated debate with her this time. I got a little frustrated, but yeah. Connor was talking about someone dying in his arms, and Chaeiry was super dismissive. Yeah, I'm pretty sure, yes, she like made fun of his dead partner or something. It was just, yes, it was insanely insensitive, but yeah, that's how I remember it. I don't know. But okay. Appreciate you guys coming. Make sure you hit the thumbs up. If you haven't subscribed yet, hit the sub button. Tomorrow we'll try to get into the Matt Taibbi stuff. Tomorrow's going to be a fairly long stream, I believe. So, didn't you say it was exhausting? Wait, didn't I say what was exhausting? Yesterday's stream. I saw it. You said you said you enjoyed all the convos you had with her. Are you sure about that? Yeah, I'm sure. Yes. Wait, I thought you started this off by saying that you missed yesterday's stream. Oh, by the way, missed yesterday's stream. Yeah. Didn't you say it was exhausting? Yeah, it is. Like when I'm talking about a 6-hour debate, yeah, of course it's exhausting. It's not, I was saying it's not just her alone. Like the whole thing was exhausting. And so, yeah, the things that everybody else was pissed off about from the beginning, I was pissed off about 6 hours later. So it was, yeah, that part was exhausting. Sure. Watch the stream 10 minutes after you went offline. Oh, okay. Yeah, almost every time I get off, like as soon as I end stream, I can see half the people who are watching are still watching. It still shows me a live counter saying that, like, it'll say, like, 60 people are watching. And then I go offline and it's like 32 people are watching, like 10 minutes later. Like, oh, wow. Okay, lots of people just starting from the beginning. Which makes sense why so many people aren't chatting, usually. But if you're chatting, or you're not chatting, and you're watching later, leave a comment when I end the stream. Let me know what you thought. Make sure you hit the thumbs up. I'll be back on tomorrow. We'll do the Matt Taibbi stuff. I think there's some other drama I wanted to get into, but we'll see. Till then, appreciate you. Love you. I'll see you next time. Later, fools.
Later, fools.